that a sneeze?
I don't know. Was it a sneeze?
Mhm.
The world may never know.
Well, everybody, welcome back to the Weirdly Amused. I'd like to let you know about our new sponsor, the Warpgate. You can check them out at thewarpgate.net. They ship to anywhere in the continental U.S. Uh, so go check them out. Uh, pending on a promotion. So we'll let you know that.
Yes, they are one-stop shopping for all nerd accessories, Magic, D&D, Warhammer, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Flesh and Blood, Digimon. If it's in the realm of nerddom, they probably have something for you.
They have a lot of pretty click-clack mythworks.
Their dice selection is a very hefty wall.
Mm-hmm. Very hefty.
Beautiful.
Comic books, action figures.
No
Oh,
comic books,
video
no
game
action figures,
systems.
or video games,
What?
unfortunately.
They have board games.
They do have board games.
They do have board games.
They have a
some really-
lot of board games. I got.
We
one
almost
there
got
recently.
the He-Man Masters of the Universe board game. Honestly, I almost got that for my dad.
That's a good one.
I might go back and get it actually.
And if you're in the Columbus area, they do have event calendar posted for almost everything they sell.
They have a lot of Magic the Gathering events, a lot of Warhammer, a lot of Digimon. If you have a tabletop event you want to go to, they are doing it.
They're located in Westerville, right off 270.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. With 10th edition Warhammer dropping, your boy's going to be playing a lot of Warhammer. We're going to break shit. It's going to be great. I'm going to apologize to you, General Public, in advance. I do play Eldar. I do have a Wraith Knight and Fire Prism. Let's go, bitches!
Evil. I don't know.
Woo!
I blow shit up real good, and shit doesn't blow up of mine.
Nice.
Filthy.
I am the problem.
All right, let's go. So, welcome back to Recollections of Yig. Let's see here. Does anybody remember, did Cronus and Elise, did you guys start your day already?
No, we haven't met yet.
Okay.
I believe they called each other,
Mm-hmm.
Right,
confirming
set up-
location.
Yeah, they like set up a meeting earlier than they had planned, I think. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to meet at the diamond.
But I can't remember where they were meeting.
As
The
long as I
diamond.
didn't describe the day yet, and this is retcon if I did. So sorry about that.
No, we had not.
Let's see if I can sum up here. Last time on Recollections of Yig, we met our soon-to-be investigators. We got a little peek into their backstories and their motivations. Kai arrived in town and set about doing business with Vince Baker of Baker Mining Industrial Complex on the northeast side of town. Bought some gold for her family's business. Elise and Cronus had appointments with Dr. Cooper, their grief counselor. Cronus relived the events of his daughter's death, watching her soul get pulled out of her body. Elise took a card from Cronus so she could contact him later if she needed help finding someone. She also met Ace and Conrad at Conrad's garage, where Conrad discovered that the truck broke down when something tried to fight its way out of the gas tank. Conrad, Ace, and Elise started to open the mysterious earthenware jar that was in the box of Mike's belongings, but when the light show started, they shut the lid before whatever was inside could escape. Ace questioned Vince, his boss. Kai almost went to the bar to socialize, but thought better of it and went to bed. And that brings us to now. If I'm not mistaken, it is June 19th, the next morning. And I think we were on a theme. So we'll start again with Kai. Kai wakes up to the sound of a torrential downpour in the early hours of the day, just as the rays of dawn would be coming up. Instead, she wakes to a peal of thunder and darkened skies. The horizon looks bleak from her third-story room, but in a daze, the next thing she feels is a state of drunkenness. As you look out over the pool, from your window, you, who are in touch with all of nature, have begun to have feelings associating yourself with something besides the ocean. The rainwater that falls here, seldom though it is, and only about this time of year, is a different kind of water. And you feel like you might even be dreaming still. But do you feel compelled to go down and take your morning swim in the downpour?
I think I would, yeah. The rain feels somehow um, cleaner, but also dirtier at the same time because it's not the ocean. I would definitely still go down and swim. Why not?
So it's about 10 minutes before 6 a.m. And this, like I said, the sky is totally bleak and dark. It's storming out. The rain is coming down in waves and buckets. And you're going to go for your morning swim. I know this is a strange thing to ask, but it may be important later. What does she wear?
Not a not a swimsuit per se. It'd probably be like a bodysuit, something like a Olympic swimmer would wear.
Okay, like a one piece and a cap. Okay. So, Kai, you wander downstairs, you go through the lobby and down the narrow hallway that leads out to the pool. You cross through the locker rooms on your way in, and you stand out at the pool's edge. And the rainwater is washing over you from head to toe. It's hitting you so hard it can almost knock you over. I mean, it is just
Oh,
coming down out here.
torrential.
Yeah, it is a torrential downpour. Uh, and the pool is like singing to you as all this water from the sky hits the pool. It's like making this sloshing and burbling sound that you can like feel it in your bones. It's calling to you.
I'm sure under like the top of the pool would probably it's very splishy, splashy. It
Absolutely, it is.
it's very violent looking, but I just can't wait to get underneath that and feel calm.
So, are you going to dive in?
Yes.
The moment your face hits the water, we're going to move to Ace. Ace, you there, Ace?
Yep.
Ace, you wake up to the sound of heavy rainwater hitting the front windshield of what kind of car did we say you drove?
Like a new red pickup truck.
That's right, a new red pickup truck. The sound of a torrential downpour hitting the windshield of your nice new pickup truck. Uh, you don't remember what you did last night. You don't smell of alcohol. And you don't remember driving out here because as you look out of your truck, you realize that you've fallen asleep at some point at about 5:55 a.m. The water hitting your windshield has woken you, uh, and you're at the mining company grounds. You're parked out next to Vince's trailer. This is honestly, it's where you need to be in the next hour or so, but you don't remember waking up, you don't remember having coffee, you certainly don't remember driving here. But here you are, well, about an hour early for work.
Hmm. I don't. But did I have a phone last time?
Okay, so this is something I do have to retcon from last time. I believe I told everybody that there were not enough cell phones for you all to have them. But if that's what I said, we're gonna blow that up, and absolutely every single one of you can have a cell phone. Apparently, cell phones were totally around in 1993, and they weren't unusual to even have. So, anybody who wants a cell phone from among Cronus, Kai, and Ace can have cell phones now if they want one. Conrad and Elise will have to buy for $900.
$900.
For $900.
All right.
By the way, the cell phone is about the size of the forearm.
Yeah, it's big old. Hello?
It's like a glasses case at least. Yeah. They
Oh, we
do
got
come
the
in fancy
antenna?
flip phones, but it's just like a little plastic piece that covers.
They do have an antenna, yes.
Yeah, you have to
Just
extend
so.
the antenna manually. You just pull it out
Hello?
to turn it on.
Oh, we're too early for the razor age, huh?
Oh, we got the chocolates?
I would probably check my phone first to see what time it is, and then check to see if I fell asleep with my car on or off to see if it still like had a battery.
It's perfectly fine. It seems to have been turned off normally.
I guess
You
I
just,
would.
it just seems like you fell asleep in your car.
I'd probably just think that's weird, and then kind of sigh, and then probably bolt out of the car into work,
All right,
assuming I don't have
so
an umbrella or anything.
you can absolutely have an umbrella, man. This is 1993. You all got umbrellas.
Then I will casually open my door, open the umbrella, and then slowly walk into.
All right, so you go into Vince's trailer from the back. Morning, Ace. I'm gonna be working on a project for most of the day, so you can just go on and work on one of the assignments I gave you. And remember, what we talked about last night stays between us, right? All right. Well, I got to get to it now. And he kind of shoos you through the door, um, and you have to make a drive in about 50 minutes now. You have to take some of the mine guys down to the dig at down one, where they will start their shift. That's going to be about 6:30. You need to drive them down. You can just loaf about until then if you want, or you can maybe do some digging uh, on the internet, as it were, at Susie's desk. If there was anything you wanted to investigate on the internet.
I'll probably go like find a cup of coffee and then wait for the dial-up to finish connecting.
That joke's never going to get old. So you make yourself a nice cup of Union coffee. And boy, is that stuff strong, but it still just tastes like hot water. You sit around. Susie comes in about a half hour before your drive, so she's there about 6:10, 6:15. Sets down her purse. Morning, Ace. She starts to click clack and look at something on her computer. And then the next 15, 20 minutes after that, you make your way down to the little mess hall where everybody gathers in the morning before they're driven out to the mine. They all kind of loaf in with energy drinks and coffee, and some of the guys are packing in protein bars, and some of the people are adjusting lanyards and tying keys to their belts. And you drive them down about the mile to down one, and you unload. Guys are like sitting on the end of your pickup truck in their muddy boots and all that, and they climb down into the elevator. Some climb up into big trucks and haulers and drillers and drive their equipment down into the mine. And that's the only responsibility you have for the rest of the day. Are there any plans besides work as you drive away from down one? Anything you're thinking you might want to do if Vince doesn't have any new plans for you?
I would probably go back to the computer to research some more stuff before I think about driving down to South Midland, I think it was.
Yes, there is a South Midland that you can check out. What were you wanting to look up on the internet? Anything in particular? Or did you want a refill of any kind? Because I believe last time Vince told you about the Red Valley Foundry and Power Plant.
Yeah, I'd probably just try to look for any extra, maybe like page 2 of Google results to see what's going on.
Google results. Um,
I think it's Ask Jeeves at this point.
Yeah, maybe. It might even just be.
I'll start checking the later pages because I'm sure the first page will just be all the stuff that we already discussed.
All right. So we discussed the Red Valley Foundry and Cathedral. And as you look that up, what you find about the Red Valley Foundry and Cathedral is that it's off the southeast end of South Midland. This area, as you may know, is tectonically active. There's a place where the land here is being crunched together, making some areas that are high and some areas that are low. And the minerals found in there are usually really interesting and valuable, oftentimes. There's one place southeast of town where the roads don't tend to go because they can't pass through the rough terrain. And in this one specific valley, active lava has been known to come up between the rocks. And it's only when the tide is in and when the geothermal conditions are just right. And it's certainly not all the time. But part of the year, and certain times of every month, you can find glowing red hot lava coming out of the ground here. And it's out here that this geothermal power plant was placed. It also has a foundry and serves as a commune for a group of some 2 or 3 dozen people who had lived there and mostly had been operating the foundry and power plant themselves. It never really took off the ground, didn't make a lot of money, crashed and burned because the entire staff and the person who invented it were running a cult. The cult went insolvent, couldn't pay for the bills, couldn't pay back the loans they used to build the cathedral or the foundry, and the owner disappeared. And most of his following with him. It's believed that a lot of them kind of, drank the Kool-Aid and somehow were disposed of. Anything you want specific names, anything like that you're looking for? Or is that enough information?
I think that'd be enough for now because I still have Father Francis.
Right,
as
the guy
well.
who owned it.
Yeah.
Father Francis. That's what they called him after he started the cult there. Before that, he was just Francis Plum.
That'd probably be enough research for now.
This place is not too far from you. You can get there in about an hour.
Sidebar: why is all the bad guys named Francis in good pieces of media?
In what?
in media, all the good bad guys, Francis.
Deadpool,
Exactly.
Francis. That's the only one I can think of.
I didn't even think about it, but this guy's not going to be anywhere near as cool as Francis.
He's not going to be as cool as Francis.
No.
Because they were named Francis and went on a villain arc.
I mean, that's.
Oh,
that's
you're
just how it
saying that's
goes.
why they became a villain? Because their name was Francis?
Yeah.
I see.
I mean,
Yes,
honestly, though,
I would too.
that's the story of a boy named Sue. That's the whole story. He became a villain because his name sucked. No offense to Francis's and Sue's out there. All right, Ace. So you've done a little bit of digging, but Susie wants to scoot you off and take her computer back. Oh, now, honey, you got other stuff to do. Get out of here.
Alright, I'll see you later. You can have your computer back. Then I'll just, I guess, walk back to my. I guess the back of the trailer just to. Has it stopped raining yet?
It has not stopped raining, but at least it's not as bad. What you have gone from is a torrential downpour and the occasional peal of distant thunder. Now that thunder is a rumbling far off to the east. You can sometimes still make it out, but the storm's passed. What you're left with is a cloudy, drizzly, overcast day. It's still pretty dark, even though the sun is technically above the horizon now. But unfortunately, it's going to be a gloomy day. It's
Time.
always a rainy day. Hey, Ben, do we get that music going? Or do I have Merkava muted or something?
It's going. I hear it.
I
It's a
barely
lot
hear it.
quieter than it normally is. I had to turn it up,
Yeah.
but it's going.
I'm bumping it up to 66.
Okay, y'all can hear the rain then. That's good.
We can
Oh yeah,
now.
I had to turn the volume up here.
I did too.
Mm.
Yeah, there's our spooky
Nice.
ambiance. Yeah,
There
no
we go.
wonder the stuff's not hitting.
Nice.
All right. So, Ace, as you step back out into the kind of rainy, drizzly, overcast day, we're going to switch to Conrad. Conrad?
Actually, real quick,
Oh, sure.
was I wearing this? I imagine I fell asleep in my car wearing the same stuff I was in yesterday.
No, you didn't. You
Oh,
appear to be wearing new clothes.
okay.
You're dressed for a new day.
That's not weird.
Okay, you can go on to the next one.
Conrad,
Yeah.
you wake up in your garage.
Huh.
Not at all unusual. You sleep here anytime you sleep. You just sort of roll over in the early morning. It's not that early. The sun is technically above the horizon, but it's kind of drizzly, overcast, and ugly out. Your kind of day, except it's not a day for riding on a motorcycle. That aside, you don't smell coffee, but you have a hankering for some. Maybe even booze, if that's more your taste. But as you sort of climb up out of where you were sleeping, you feel like this is the first day in a long time that you wake up feeling refreshed, rejuvenated, like you did something you were supposed to do. No headache.
Well, I don't remember doing anything too crazy, so I'll shrug it off.
You did start to open the jar with Ace and Elise.
Yeah, but just a jar. It can't be that bad. We'll shake it off and go up to the office, turn on the coffee pot, and grab myself a probably a little bit stale bagel, but still edible.
Plenty. You had a cream cheese in the fridge, man.
Oh shit, we living today, boys.
Damn.
Lather that shit right on top of it.
Conrad says it out loud. He says, "Yeah, we
Cream
live today,
cheese.
boys." Go ahead and roll me a survival finances check. See if you can find a vehicle to work on.
They're gonna have a little survival check because he ate bad cream cheese.
No, he's just checking to see if he's got work.
It's Philadelphia or Kroger brand.
It's great value brand.
Oh, I mean, there's the Walmart.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's true. There is a Walmart.
There's a Sam's Club too.
No, I'm not bougie enough for that, man. Come on.
So is that what your day is? Are you going to get on your motorcycle and go drive to Sam's Club or Walmart and get the better brand of cream cheese because the great value is not good enough for you?
No, great value is fantastic, okay? I don't care who says otherwise. Great value is just fine enough.
Don't look at the
Wonderful.
ingredients.
Hey, I don't care if I have tuna in my cream cheese.
So are you staying in? You going out? Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry, I should have told you. You didn't. No, you didn't find anything for today. You might check back again around noon, maybe this afternoon. See if you can pull a car in.
Okay. No, I think we'll go ahead and just leave the garage door closed, flip the open light on, and then head up to the little overhead office area and pull out my book, my small, well-worn, leather-bound, almost like a journal.
Oh, your tome, if you will.
I guess you could call it a tome.
I'll call it your notebook.
A tome, a notebook. They're essentially the same. I'll pull it out and sit there, start browsing the pages while I eat my incredibly tasty bagel with great value cream cheese.
Delicious.
It has to be a regular plain bagel though, because we're not in that bougie shit yet.
Oh no, man, this is 93. You don't have any choice but to get the onion kind. That's all
Oh,
they have in this town.
you know
They
what?
don't even have plain. They
I'll
don't
take
even
it.
have it. Sometimes they have blueberry if you're lucky, but usually that's sold out.
No, we're
Your
gonna
only option is onion.
we'll rock
Sorry,
that.
man.
We'll rock that onion bagel with the cream cheese. It's fine, and we'll have our cup of disgusting coffee.
So you're flipping through um, this book that nobody else should probably read, if I understand correctly,
I mean, I'm not gonna leave it out for them to read, but
for your sake.
details,
Um,
details,
Details.
details, schmeetails. Who cares?
So, where is your tattoo? You have a
Uh,
sleeve, right?
2 sleeves.
You have 2 sleeves. Um, as you are sitting and flipping through your notebook, the tattoo catches your eye. This is not uncommon. Oftentimes, you get all kinds of strange sensations associated with the feathered serpent tattoo you have on one of your sleeves. And as you look at it, you feel like you might be back the day you boosted that car to escape from South Midland. You have kind of a reminder of this time when you were little, when you could see this place where you didn't go there often, but you had been there. And you feel like your parents were with you every time you were there. But then inside, you were there a lot. You were there a lot. It's all you remember from your childhood, in fact. Uh, and then you also remember leaving there and moving back into the trailer park where your family originally came from. And then you remember the day you boosted the car. And you remember that as you drove away, you thought you were fine. You thought the police weren't after you, your family wasn't going to try and stop you. And you got maybe 2 miles north of town before something started talking to you. Something in the car with you. Something that lit up like an arm made out of light reaching up through the floorboards. And it grabbed the wheel. And at the same time, it spoke to you. And it told you what choices you had. And you don't even remember making the decisions. The next thing you remember, you're crashing into a telephone pole. Make a sanity check.
Sanity. Get that D100 going. 29. We're good.
So you have passed. Take 1 psychic damage. Not sanity, psychic damage. You are losing HP.
Damn.
Jolt awake. Slam my knee against the desk or
Now,
something.
now, the migraine sets in. You thought you were going to be okay. You thought you were being rude. You thought you did well. But you're not done yet, are you?
I'll start rubbing the tattoo, almost like it itches or burns. And I'll grab my coat and helmet, flip off the light to the shop, and hop on my bike and try going to the crash site.
As soon as you step outside into the rain, you swing open the front door, the bell rings as if it's somebody coming into your shop. And as you cross the threshold, you realize you haven't stepped out onto the street in front of the garage. You've stepped out onto an empty black void. You can still see your garage behind you, but as you gaze out into the void, a tendril made up of different bands of colors and textures reaches towards you from the darkness. It seems to take hold of you, and you only have a few seconds to react. Make a perception check
Oh,
as this happens to you. That is really good. So you're going to get 11 seconds. Okay. So if you want to take note of these tendrils, they reach towards you, bound and twisted together. Hang on, I need to make sure that I'm giving you enough time to check through these because you have quite some time to do this. The tendrils are pale yellow, brown, teal, violet, white, gray, tan, black, silver, chartreuse, indigo, sky blue, and blood red. Their textures, in the same order, are sticky and shiny, small and fragmented, one that looks like broken glass, one that looks like passing electricity, one that looks like wound up wads of paper, one that looks like ash, one that looks like string, one that looks like oil, and that's all you see.
oh, so just every possible color and texture.
Yeah. Make an intelligence check. We'll see if you counted instead of trying to observe each and every tendril. Absolutely, you know that there's 13.
13 tendrils.
13 tendrils. They reach out towards you, they grasp you, and it seems like they pull you into the darkness. And as you're pulled into the darkness, you're stepping out onto the threshold of the pavement in front of your garage. Just curious if you guys got all that. Or if I went fast enough that you missed some.
I missed some. I have maybe a handful
Just-
of colors and textures.
I didn't
Just
write anything
curious.
down because
I didn't write it down.
yeah.
I didn't
Mine's
think
the
anybody
only one
would.
taking notes.
I was
Yeah.
trying to. I was like,
I
wait,
took notes
he's
on my own character.
he's going too
Yeah.
fast. I'm not going to keep up with this. I'm just going to remember what I can.
Good luck
You must
on
take
that.
the VOD back.
I know a couple things. There's 1 tendril, 2 tendril, 3 tendril, more.
Red tendril, blue
Tendrils. Lots of
tendril.
tendrils in this
1, 2,
campaign.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's a good word. I really like the word tendril.
Tendril.
So,
Profane.
Conrad, what you can tell about these experiences with these migraines, if it's not painfully obvious, is that these are your patron motivating you to try and accomplish something, but it seems like your patron's not crazy specific, are they?
Nah.
Well, better keep trying to make them happy. Elise, Cronus, what time was your meeting?
10:30.
Yeah, 10 to 30.
Both of you have a similar experience of waking up in the, for you guys it's a little later in the afternoon because you stayed up later. Kind of an ugly gray day. It is kind of drying out now as it's gotten on to be about 10 o'clock. And you guys decide to make your way to your meeting. Where were you guys meeting at Connie's?
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to call it Connie's. I think it was roadside breakfast, but it's
I
what
like
Connie's
was.
now.
Connie is the
Yeah,
heart
I
and
like
soul of that
Connie's.
restaurant.
She is.
Connie is the heart and soul of this campaign.
Honestly, Connie is the sweetest thing.
Campaign 3, Connie's dead.
No,
I,
No.
no, don't even go there.
Leave her alone.
If there's one character who's indestructible for the rest of this campaign, it's definitely Connie.
She needs plot armor.
Yeah, she definitely has plot armor.
I
You guys in.
I walk in and I sit down.
So, Cronus, you're a little bit early, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
You sit down. This
I
is day
didn't sleep.
shift. Oh, of course not. Do it again, you're getting a level of exhaustion, though.
Mm-hmm.
But, at the absolute least, I will say, you don't have the same kind of migraine by any stretch. But when you drink like you do, and smoke like you do, and don't sleep like you do have a headache. It's just not a crippling migraine like Conrad's.
Mm-hmm.
Conrad. Elise, You think you're fashionably late? Are you on time? Are you early?
I'll be just a minute early.
So Elise comes through the door, seeming a little bit distracted, maybe even a little hurried. Uh, and the waiter today is a big heavy set fella. His name's Jeff. And he shows you over to where Cronus is sitting.
Oh, good morning.
Hey, I immediately put my cigarette out. I've got a cup of coffee sitting in front of me.
I will ask Jeff to give me a cup of coffee, 3 creams, 2 sugars. And
Okay. It's make both of you roll me a D100, but it's not a sanity check. We're gonna call this a luck check. That's what we're doing here. We're gonna
oh,
see how busy it is this time of day. Probably very.
I hope Ohio's good.
Yeah, it's not as busy as you would expect. It must be that the rain is keeping people out. There's one elderly couple. They look like they might be farm folk or maybe even Mormons. They're kind of sitting off in a far corner of the restaurant, quietly enjoying a breakfast. Jeff politely takes your order and hurries off to go get it.
As soon as he hurries off, I will pull the jar out of my purse and set it on the table.
Oh, well, that's not something I've seen before.
Just roll me Arcana.
Arcana.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you spoke too soon. It is something you've seen before.
Yeah, he might have spoke too soon.
Shit, you really used to own
He
it.
really
Not you have
25.
not seen this specifically, but obviously you can tell that it's a magical artifact. You definitely know that it appears to be South American in origin. Based on the earthenware alone, you would say that it resembles a canopic jar, but a South American canopic jar. Yes, that would be an Egyptian thing, and it's a little strange to see it in such a distinctly South American style.
Okay.
Maybe even Mayan.
I would like to, as we're talking Brandis, but as we're talking, start take like a small pocket knife and start carving into the wood on the table.
Go for it.
As I do that, the design is a circle with a triangle with rounded edges, and I like to cast identify.
Identify. So
Identify object. No, it's just identify.
I apologize. I'm going to pull up your character sheet here. You're just going to cast identify as normal. Not going to do it as a ritual or anything like that. Or I mean, I guess it's a ritual, but not
Yeah.
part of your not a part of your special ability involving Elise. So she's not necessarily privy to this. As you're holding it, immediately you can tell that it is one of a kind. Its magical properties seem to be containment. It's holding something in. It wouldn't have a specific name that you can come up with in terms of its object, other than that you get the feeling that it should be called a vessel. It's
Do I get the
sealed.
feeling that there's so it is sealed.
It's
Do I get the
sealed.
feeling that there's something in it?
There is absolutely something in it, but we'll call this one an investigation check.
Okay.
I like a lot of checks in my campaigns. A lot of checks. And you guys are
Ooh.
rolling so high for all of it, though. So
I mean, you're giving me all my best.
yeah,
checks.
this is true. You guys, but you guys knew what skills you were after. So that's fair.
Don't worry, I haven't rolled yet. I'll knock it back down.
There we
Yes.
go.
Bring that
Counterbalance.
fighter skill table in here.
Jack
So
of
as
all
you're
trades to
analyzing
the
this
win.
vessel and you're studying it, something is very familiar about the way the identify spell reacts with this vessel and the way that it gives you information. You may remember there was a time, in fact, you do it somewhat regularly, where you would attempt to contact or locate Jenna. And whenever you were trying to locate or contact Jenna, sometimes when you were very, very successful, you would get something back, as if you could just hear her voice calling for help from the other side of an opaque boundary.
Do I?
This identify spell bounces back to you in a way that reminds you of that same boundary.
Does
Like
the
it's quiet inside in the same way. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, does the entity inside remind me of something familiar? Like
You can't
maybe-
see inside. You can't.
Okay.
You can't. The nature of the magic of the vessel is preventing you from getting any kind of read on what's inside.
Where did you find this?
Well, it was in a box. They got all these things out my husband's truck, but I had never seen this vase before. And it's kind of ugly. I didn't want to put flowers in it. And it kind of sparkled a little bit when I opened it up.
Where's the box now?
Oh, it was back in my house. It just had a few other of his things in it, but this is the only odd thing. I just wanted his ring, but couldn't get that.
Is there anything else that was in it that's not in the box now?
No, I think I left everything else in there.
Just looking at that.
But it was just so weird. I opened it up in front of that guy at the shop, the tire shop, and not tire shop. The I don't remember. I don't know what it's called.
Garage.
Auto shop.
It's
Garage.
auto shop.
The
Yeah.
disrespect.
Ace was
I'm
there too.
sorry. Yeah, I was saying I opened up in front of Ace and guy who runs the auto shop, and they'll tell you they saw some green sparkles flying out of there. Like I was afraid I was gonna get allergies or something.
Would you mind?
Cronus, you'll never forget green sparkles as long as you live.
Can we? Can you show? Can I follow you to the garage?
Well, sure you can. Here, yeah, let's go. We can open it up there, and I'm sure he won't mind. It's a big open space. He'll be all right.
I don't think we should.
Well, the box is
See,
back at my
so-
house now. I took the rest of his belongings home.
Cronus, you remember green sparkles because your daughter's soul came out of her body and turned into green sparkles.
See this little vase here.
Mhm.
It's holding something. It's holding it for a reason.
Well, it's holding green sparkles. I told you that.
Some ancient Mayan witch doctor is like playing a prank. He just like farted in it and shut it. Saved it for like
Fart in a bag.
You open it, it comes out green and sparkly.
Oh.
He is not Rita Repulsa in there.
Oh, true. It's definitely Rita
It's
Repulsa.
It's Ivan Ooze.
Ivan Ooze for
Fantastic.
sure. Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Everybody in chat's gonna be like, "You guys are old."
I don't know what you guys are talking about, so if that makes you feel old, I hope so.
One of the
Oh,
greatest
yeah.
movies of all time.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic film, but man, was it ever a film.
it's I haven't watched it in a while. I imagine it's the Power Rangers movie.
The original
Oh,
one.
God.
The
first
OG.
one.
The
The
Mighty
first
Morphin
one.
Power Rangers.
Power Rangers movie.
It did not age well.
Oh, God, no.
I'm sure it
It was
hasn't.
It wasn't that good when it was new,
No.
but it had its charm.
Oh, jeez.
So, do you guys think you're gonna
Yeah, I think I'm
try
gonna
and go to
hold.
the garage?
You mind if I hold on to this for a little bit? I'll get it back to you. I just want to make sure that it's safe.
Yeah, as long as you don't break it, please don't lose it. You know,
Not
if it
going
was
to
dear to
break
my
it.
husband, it's dear with me.
I'm not going to break it.
Um,
Whatever's inside this cannot get. Or should
there
not.
is some writing on the front of it, but you can't read it. You just know that it is not magical writing, but it is a language that you don't understand. It's just not that the writing is conferring it. It's almost more like something is written on it.
Okay. Can
And
I spend?
if you were
Can,
wondering what it looks like again, in case we've missed that, it is 4 interlocked hands and a duck's head coming out of the hands.
hmm. This isn't a language? Does it even look like a language?
You can tell immediately that it is a language. These are not. It is something of a pictogram, like hieroglyphics, in that it
Okay.
is. It's not letters. It's pictures, but the pictures are so simplified that you can't really make heads or tails of it. In this case, it looks kind of like a tongue coming out of a drum with 2 forks at the end of it. And there's some dots and underlines and stuff.
Now, did you say that your husband was missing or he was dead?
Listen, you know, they can't find him. I can't find him. And you know, they haven't found a body, and I'm hopeful he's alive.
There's
Hopeful.
potential that he's still.
Yes,
Okay.
I have
That
hope.
that I can work with. Now, these people at the auto body shop, are these your friends? Are they people you can
Well,
trust?
yeah, I can trust Ace. I don't know the fellow who runs the auto body shop, but he seemed nice. He seemed like a friendly fella.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I, I pull out my wallet, put down some money on the table for the coffee. Let's let's head over to the auto body shop. I'd like to speak with some of the people over there who saw exactly what happened.
All right, if we can make a stop, I can try and give the mining company a call and see if Ace can head on down if he's free. Cause
Uh,
he don't work at the auto body shop. He works at the mining company. That's how I know him.
well, if it'd be quicker, you can use my mobile phone.
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind.
You could just call Ace directly for the record.
Oh, wonderful.
If not, you can call Susie and Susie will connect you.
Here's my phone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, hey, how's it going, Elise?
Hey, Susie dear. Is Ace nearby?
Oh, you know what? He stepped out to drive the boys down to the mine, and I think I saw his truck leave the compound. But I'll tell you what, honey, I'll give you a cell phone number.
That would be most wonderful if you would, Susie. I'd real
Honey, that's
appreciate that.
7, and we're gonna switch, and we're gonna do a little Quentin action here. And as she says the 7, we're gonna swap back to Kai. Kai, it's about 7 in the morning. So we're a little back in time now. You can tell that the storm is starting to die off a little bit, but it is still going to be a rainy, ugly day. And you climb out of the pool. I imagine you probably wrap a towel around your waist or your shoulders. Take off your swim cap, if you even use one.
I probably wouldn't, in all honesty. But
Sit outside for a while, or you want to go in?
no, I'm gonna go in because I have plans. I have work to do.
So as you walk through, you enter through the women's locker room. Any plans to change there or anything?
As long as I'm dry, I'll probably just go up to my room, and I'm assuming I'll just keep everything there,
So
not
as you
bother with water.
walk down the hallway that leads to the pool and the changing rooms, you pass the bathrooms on your right, and you realize that to the left is the little area where people have breakfast. The continental breakfast is currently being set up by the staff. And to the right is the hotel bar. And the way that this building is set up directly to your right, it's a straight shot to the back end of the bar. And as you walk past, you can see that the bar staff has the TV on, and they are watching something on the news. It doesn't look like much. It looks like mostly the Weather Channel. And there is a man in a suit and Chuck's sitting at the bar. Make a perception check. No, Chuck Taylor's boy, classic black and white
I mean,
with a
okay.
suit. This guy's punk, that's for sure. Absolutely, you notice this guy. Right away, you would say he's probably pretty handsome. He has dimples, kind of a squared off jaw, kind of a small, pouty mouth shape. His hair is short on the sides, but kind of medium length on the top, and it is black and curly. And with a 22 perception check, you can tell that there's actually a tasteful perm on top here this guy has. It kind of gives his hair this always wet look. And it kind of forms into these bouncy ringlet curls, but only on the top of his head. He has soulful brown eyes. And as you walk past, he's kind of looking your direction as if he's waiting for someone to go by. And as you go by, he perks up and seems like he might even be trying to get your attention.
Does he look like he's a businessman of some sort? Can I guess if he's a professional kind of person?
I will say what I can tell you is that it is a nice suit. It's tailored. It's plain black. It's not ostentatious in any way, but it is a nice one. It's a nice one, but it's like it's nice without going all out. It's a pretty plain, crisp white t-shirt or dress shirt he's got on under it, black dress slacks, and of course his sneakers. Um, for some reason, the guy's appearance almost gives you this feel like this is like a surfer dude who's on his first adult job. He's like kind of a little older. He's like 24, 25, but he is pulling off the business look really well. Whatever he does for a living, he seems to be doing okay. And as you go by and kind of pause to analyze him, he takes it 100% as a cue to get up and come over to you. And you're standing there in your
Very aware I'm
swimming
in a bodysuit.
in this one-piece bodysuit. And he goes, Miss Kulani, right?
Yes, sorry. And you are?
Oh, excuse me. I'm David Marsh. It's you're so distinct. I couldn't help but notice who you are. See, I'm in town working on a story, let's say. And as it so happens, there's some weird actors in town, and they're doing something maybe a little bit surreptitious. And about the same day that things start to go silly in my office, I couldn't help but notice that you come to Midland, Texas. Miss Kulani, that's so formal. Can I call you Kai?
Can I call you David?
Call me Dave.
Dave, you
Uh,
can call me Kai. You're a reporter?
no, it's Special Investigator David Marsh. I'm I am here on business, Miss Kulani, at Kai, but um, I really wanted to see if you would be willing to meet me down at Kulani Jewelers. Um, I have something else I gotta dig up first, but down at the jewelry store, I think you'll find that your clerk received a really curious item from my department. I'm actually moving in from Odessa right now, and there's something that we want to go over with you because we need a jeweler's expertise, and with you being in town right at the time that this piece shows up, I gotta tell you, it seems a little bit like fate, Miss Kulani. So, would you
So,
meet me down there at 9?
yes, that's not a problem. And you're from Odessa, special investigator with the FBI?
That's correct, yes.
Just checking.
And
Um,
just so we're clear, he reaches into his pocket, he pulls out a flip wallet, he shows you his ID. He is, in
Thank
fact,
you.
Special Investigator David Marsh of the FBI. it would seem to you that his home office branch is somewhere in North Carolina. So he has traveled to be here.
I will say, like, I can't believe one of our pieces could be of any interest in an investigation with the FBI, but I will
Oh,
be
you
helpful
can't
if
you
I can.
you can't believe it, huh?
No, not at all.
Oh, Kai, if I could show you the bulletin board back home, I think you'd be pretty impressed with how much we know about Kulani pieces. But look, that's now's not the time for this. This is another call. Just Kai, 9 o'clock, Kulani Jewelers. Bring any record books you may have, any access to any of that you may have about things your company has sold in the last several years. That'd be a big help to us too.
I'm gonna like stand up a little bit straighter. I'm sorry, special agent. Are you insinuating my company is under
No, no,
investigation?
no. It's no, 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 no. It's not. It's it's not that Kulani Jewelers is under investigation. It's just that Kulani Jewelry turns up at a lot of strange crime scenes. And that's the only reason why I'm following up on this particular lead. Like I said, the piece is already waiting for you down at the jewelry store. I trust you've been there since you came into town, right?
It was on my list today.
Excellent. Okay. Well, like I said, 9 o'clock, I'll be there. Um, and maybe we can get this all sorted out. It's nothing against the company, it's nothing against you. We really just need a little extra information about this particular ring.
Okay. I will meet you there at 9.
All right. I'm looking forward to it, Kai. Thank you so
Thank you,
much
Dave.
for your time.
Of course. See you then, and I'll walk to my room.
You can see that as you go, he reaches down as he gets a page. He unhooks it from his belt, and as you walk away, he shouts to the bartender, "Hey, buddy, put it on Fox, would you? News at 9?" And you go up to your room. I assume you change.
Yeah. My plan. One of my. Well, what time is it now? Like, how long do I have?
I'd say you got several hours still. It's like 7:30 now, maybe.
And do I have
By the time you, let's say, shower.
do I have the things that he's requesting of me? All the documentation or the records?
You'd have to get them faxed, and probably the best way to do it would be to go to the jewelry store and use the fax machine there. And basically, your dad's office would fax them to you.
Then once I get done changing and whatnot, I'll call Dad's office and have them fax it to fax it. I mean, can I assume they have the fax number of the jewelers?
Absolutely, yeah. No
Yeah,
problem.
I'll have them
Easy
just
peasy.
fax the information so it's waiting there for Dave and I.
Okay.
And then I also, if there's time, I wanted to investigate more on Anodyne.
Okay.
I have
Anodyne
some
Deep
questions.
Earth Mining Company. You have questions.
I wrote it down. I wanted to know who the founders are, what their properties are, what they export, what their interests are in Midland, who their investors are, if there's any significant people on their board, if they're branching out into new forms of income besides deep mining, like this.
So, Anodyne Deep Earth Mining Company started in Odessa, Texas, which, as you know, is the town to the west. They are nearby. Anodyne Deep Earth Mining Company specialized originally in pig iron. Um, they produced that by melting coke, which is just like a kind, or excuse me, melting with coke. They also produced steel. There's a lot of places in this area of Texas where, as I said, there is plenty of geological activity. They can produce large iron deposits. As you understand from your time at Baker Mining Company, the ground here has a high degree of what they call micro gold, which is basically just gold mixed into the soil. But there's processes to get huge amounts of soil and rock, and get the gold out of them. It just so happens that in this one hill, it's half silver and half gold, as you discovered. Anodyne Deep Earth Mining Company has branched out into all over the globe. They have places in Russia, they have places in China, they have places in South America, they have places in Europe. They have most of their business still in the United States and most of it in the central United States. It looks like once upon a time, they actually owned the hill where Baker Company now sits. And it's not hard for you to find information about the 1967 Central Texas mine collapse. And that pie slice that's taken out of the hill that overlooks Midland, that's where it came from. In 1967. The only person whose name seems attached to it, besides the fact that it was an anodyne holding, is a Francis Plum.
I knew it.
Francis Plum was the prospector who was sent out to survey the land and decide if anodyne should buy. He seemed to indicate that they should, except in the early days of excavation, they had the major collapse. I have a number here of how many men were killed, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 survivors. The 4 survivors, 2 of them were the 2 prospecting company boys, Francis Plum, or excuse me, not prospecting company, the 2 prospecting investors. And they were Francis Plum and Vincent Baker. So Anodyne took a lot of flack for this because the conditions were considered pretty unsafe. And because they were publicly smeared with this kind of costly and the number of lives. Oh, sorry, those 2 survived because they were outside in a trailer instead of down in the mine with the rest of the workers. There was one guy who quit before they got very deep into the excavations because his wife had a child in 1967, and so he just quit the team and left. He's the only person to survive without injuries who wasn't one of the 2 owners.
What's his name? Or is he relevant to
I
this story?
apologize, I have huge notes, and finding all this is tricky. He is a Jameson. I know that that's true. Where is it?
You want the real answer, or do you want Alana's answer for where things are?
Oh no, I'm trying to find my note about this. Because I wrote
Have
down
you
his first
checked?
name. The
It's
point
Brent,
is,
so probably.
have I checked what?
Forget about it.
It's upties.
All right, the point is, it's a Jameson. It's a Jameson, and their name starts with
Mr.
C.
Jameson.
Mr. Jameson, whose name starts with C. I will let Conrad fix that if he wants to. I'll let you choose since I'm perusing my note looking for this guy's name.
Yeah, sure, we can keep it. I'll come up with a name if you don't find one.
Go for it.
All
I'll just change it when I do find the note.
Name is Clive Jameson.
Clive. I remember. I think I was going to call him Carlisle, but Clive, Clyve.
Sure, make it as country as we can.
Clive. Clive Jameson.
Well, you said there were 4 survivors. We have Francis and Vincent, this Clive Jameson person, and then someone else?
And then there's a Tio Santiago who was critically injured. He was there that day, but he was only in the entrance of the chamber. And he went to the Odessa hospital because there's better hospitals over in Odessa. And he was eventually discharged, although it looks like probably he has serious brain damage. Compartment syndrome, the works. He got messed up bad.
Is there any theory or reason given for the mine collapse?
Mishandled explosives.
And
Oh.
then are there any addresses or contact information that I could find for Clive Jamison or Tio Santiago?
Eo Santiago, information's not very clear about. Clive Jamison just lists that he was a man who moved back to South Midland after the mine collapse. Because the public image was so bad, Anodyne was very eager to sell, and that's how Baker came to own it. Baker bought it to keep Anodyne out of trouble.
Who owns Anodyne now?
That information is not easy to find. You can make an investigation check. I think I said at some point that you can use internet use this investigation always, but that's how we're going to play it.
19,
Dirty 20.
20, dirty 20.
So you can successfully dig up that the owner now is a Lucius Abel.
And how did he come to own Anodyne?
Anodyne,
Or
like I said,
why
is
does he hate Vincent Baker?
Vincent Baker bought this land, bought the hill that he mines out of from Anodyne after there was a big mine collapse and a lot of pressure from partly from Midland, the city. I mean, obviously, a giant explosion just on the outskirts of town. It caused a lot of damage in Midland itself.
Yeah, and now Lucius and Anodyne is trying to get it back.
It appears so. That was some 26 years ago.
I'm sorry, what was 26 years ago?
That this mine collapsed in 1960.
Oh, right, it's 1993. You're right.
Yeah. So that was 26 years ago.
Can I find any evidence of maybe this is in the I don't know where exactly I'd find this information, but Jameson's or Santiago's, not them specifically, but like perhaps people with the same last name.
So there is a Santiago in the registry for Midland, but the record's pretty hazy, especially starting about 15 years ago, about the time the cult was shut down. Jameson, as far as you can tell, still lives down in South Midland in a trailer park.
I have his address.
You can get the address of the trailer park. And as you are doing this, we're going to switch to Ace. Ace, what are your plans for today? I believe you had some things you wanted to investigate also.
I haven't gotten a phone call or anything yet, right?
Not yet. Let's say you're still just driving off of the Baker Industrial Complex grounds. Like I said, it's about 7:30 right now.
I guess I'd just start heading down to south.
It's not too far. There's two main highways out of Midland. We're going to move back just so you guys can see this, how these two maps connect. This is Midland. There's two big highways on the south end of town that after you cross the river. And then one of them merges into the other. And just past that is South Midland. Everybody should be able to see that again. Is anybody not able to see these maps?
I can see him.
No, we're good.
So A says you hit the west of the two highways down into South Midland. This is someplace you've been plenty of times. Matter of fact, you're a frequent flyer at Cook Firearms. You have their membership card and everything, which is just on your right as you come down the highway. And from what you've discovered about the Red Valley Foundry and Cathedral, where all the cult stuff happened, there's another highway as you go out towards the southeast end that turns into a country road and then turns into a dirt path, and that would take you up to the Foundry and Cathedral.
Am I
Take a new
armed?
idea.
I assume I have a weapon on me, maybe.
Go ahead and look at your weapons, why don't you? Matter of fact, as memory serves, you carry two pistols.
Yep.
What kind of pistols are they? Six
Quick, let me Google
shooters?
pistols.
Are they six shooters? Are they more of a modern handgun? Are they big old dirty hairy hand cannons? What are we working with here?
One's name is Thelma, one's name is Louise.
An extended range beam rifle,
Um.
hyper bazooka. What are we working with?
Oh man, if I could have a '90s hyper bazooka just like in the back of the truck,
You mean just like the whole back of the truck?
Yeah, it's
Or,
not actually a bed. It's
you
just
mean
a
my
loading
pickup's
chamber.
not a Gauss hog?
What's that?
My pickup's not like a Gauss hog or just a warthog from Halo.
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, it's just a regular old pickup. You can buy a shotgun for it later if you'd like. It's absolutely a thing you can do. But for right now, you have your two pistols. If you look, one of them has a note and has been modified by Cook Firearms. In fact, like I said, you're a frequent flyer there.
Oh shit. Okay.
So are you going to proceed on to the Red Valley Foundry and Cathedral?
I'd probably stop by Cook to see if they could tune up the other one. I guess.
Okay.
Make sure I have all the ammo since I'm going to investigate a cult or remnants of a cult.
So the guy behind the counter is Donnie. You know Donnie. It's about 8 o'clock by now. You know Donnie. Oh, hey, Ace. How's it going? Kind of an older pot-bellied guy with a long beard. Likes to wear American flag bandanas. He
Morning.
chews.
Morning, Donnie. I figured I'd tune up my other one since you guys did such a good job on the first one.
Yeah, well, Ace, that's our new promotion. We offer custom firearm jobs. We can tune up the workings, make her run smoother and kick less. That'll bump your accuracy up by one, or we can add an extended barrel onto the end of it, and that'll increase the burn time on the powder, and you'll get a little extra power out of it. I can do either one, and we'll need the piece. About 2 days and $500. If you want both, it'll be 4 days and 1,000. Slick.
Damn.
Shit. Do I even have any? I don't remember if I have any money or not.
If you didn't write it down, now's your chance to make a survival finances check.
Which one was? Oh, survival. Duh.
Got $100 on you right now. But if you smooth talk this guy, he might be willing to take it on credit. Like maybe a pay when you pick up kind of a deal.
How much was? Well, one was what 100 and the other was 5.
500 for +1 to hit, 500 for +1 damage, or both for 1,000.
That's
The
tempting.
shopping episode in this campaign is going to be nuts.
We about to splurge all of that money.
And can I borrow one of your guys' rolls?
Don't worry, there's going to be lots of opportunities for good and bad finances rolls.
Maybe I'll just look for ammo instead, just to make sure I'm stocked up.
I'm not. Yeah, you can buy some ammo, and I'm not even going to charge you for it, just because that's a silly thing to keep track of. But did we settle what kind of guns these were?
I guess the modern one will probably look more like a hand cannon, and then just the not modded one will probably be more just standard sidearm or something.
Okay. So your hand cannon, you stick in a holster on your hip. It's like a nice, fashionable inside the belt loop kind of a thing, or inside the belt kind of a thing. You pull the leather out, and then you pull the gun out of the leather. The other one is a more modern slide gun, and you said you're going to leave it with him to work on for the next 2 days, and you'll pay him later?
Yeah.
Okay. You got to persuade him to get him to take that deal, though. He likes you, so you can do it with advantage. You're a frequent flyer here.
I just roll persuade.
Yes,
Man,
please. I will say that is.
Oh wait,
good
hold on.
enough.
Advantage.
Oh yeah.
Here comes an
yeah,
11.
advantage. Well, okay, that's at least plenty good enough that he will take the credit. Yep, you know the deal, Slick. Pay when you pick up. About 2 days, maybe 1 if you're lucky. Of course, here's a handful of bullets. You see any of them Union boys? Shoot first, ask questions later. You know how it goes.
That's a Texas
Sure
I
do.
know.
Alright, I'll see you later, Donnie. I trust my weapons in good hands.
Drive safe, Slick.
I guess I'll
So,
just get in the truck and start heading back towards the.
the highway.
Well, I guess continue on towards the highway.
So was your next stop the Red Valley Cathedral? Was that where you were ultimately headed?
Yeah.
So you drive through South Midland. This is obviously the poorer of the 2 towns of the Midlands, you may say. Several trailer parks. There's not as many stores, not as many restaurants, several abandoned businesses, and something about the quality of the homes here, especially the ones along the highway, they're kind of set off against the tall grass. And they just seem like they're peering out at you from the tall grass. You know that kind of oppressive feeling, something about an empty house that just feels like there's some kind of consciousness behind the windows. Make a sanity check.
Man.
Ace. That's definitely lower than your sanity. So you're not going to take any sanity damage at all. You shrug
You-
off the creepy feeling.
That higher than his sanity?
There's no way his sanity's higher than...
His sanity is 30, but he lost
Your
some
sanity's
last
only
time.
30, Ace?
That sure is. And actually, I'm at 27 because of last time.
Ace.
But I could burn a. Wait, hold on. I wrote down
Yeah.
notes about burning a.
Yeah, you can
Grip
burn
point.
grip points. That's not the only thing you can do with them. I'm going to give you something else, too. You can do with your grip points. Out of combat.
Stop him up your ass.
Rude.
Hey, if you shoot them dead, they don't need to worry about sanity checks.
I don't know. Sometimes shot alien dead bodies are still pretty terrifying. So I believe it was that you can spend a grit point to automatically succeed, or you can spend it to reduce the amount of sanity damage, or you can roll it to determine the amount of sanity damage you don't take. Is that right? I
The
think
only
that's what.
thing I had
What it
last
is.
time was could roll a d6 for a grit point to be used for sanity. I didn't
Okay, yeah.
have anything about auto success.
Yeah, that's not what you said last time. Last time you said he can roll a d6 and add that number to his sanity check, or he could
Right.
roll the d6 and subtract that amount of damage.
Right, that's what it was. Okay, so roll yourself up a d6 and spend a grit point. Because you've got nerves of steel. That definitely puts you. You only needed one, so I mean, there's no way you're going to fail. But just know that is a sanity check of 36 now. So your sanity check of 36, you shrug off the creepy feeling, but for a minute there, you really do feel like these houses are alive and they are watching you.
Just caress my gun as I'm driving by.
And you pass one of the nastier trailer parks on the left, and you come to the peel off for the highway that will take you out to Red Valley. You go through an underpass that you know is the last main highway that heads south of here in any way. And then this turns into a winding state road. And Ace, then you pull up to the Red Valley Cathedral Foundry and Power Plant. Can you see inside of this one, Ace? Or are you getting
just
like,
a black square right now?
I don't think I'm supposed to be inside there right now.
You are not.
I'm technically
Now
supposed
you
to be,
are.
so you can see it on the stream.
I can see a tiny icon just in a black
I
square.
Yeah, I can see the outline of the map, but I can't actually see like
Inside the building.
yeah.
That is by design. Ace, are you
Huh.
getting the same thing? You see the outside, but you don't see the inside of the
Noah's
building?
just getting a black map. Not able to see the outline.
Yeah, I got nothing other than just a black box.
Let's see here. Conrad's not really there, but I'm going to drop him on the map, see if that fixes it. Get anything, Noah?
Nope.
I got nothing.
Why can Ben see it and nobody else can?
You and I were fucking around with the maps together. So
Yeah, that's right, we were. And this is the one I showed you to test it, which is why I'm surprised it's the one that's not working. Technical difficulties, one moment.
Has anyone seen the episode of X-Files called Home?
Nope.
I have seen every X-Files episode, but I do not know that there would be one whose name I would remember.
This is the one with the inbred family.
The one with the inbred family.
I'm sorry.
The one.
What?
It's a really, really creepy episode, and this is exactly what it feels like.
It's the music, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
It's gotta be.
Can they make a Resident Evil game about this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this place is abandoned and everything, right?
I will say that
Is it?
You have to go inside to find out.
as you look up at this huge structure, you drive up, it's an old dirt road that obviously hasn't been serviced in quite some time. Make a, we will call this a vehicle handling check, which, as you may remember, is animal handling for this campaign. Like a lot of checks, man.
I see my
There's checks
name,
mixed
but I
over
don't
here.
see anything else.
At least I'm on the rolls back upward.
You're on the token layer. Aha.
Okay, quick question. Is anybody else hearing knocking from...
The music?
Yes.
Sporadically, yes.
Driving me... Okay, I was making sure it wasn't me. I felt like I was actually going crazy. Like, it sounded like somebody was knocking on my door. Okay. Anyways, sorry.
You're back to sleep now.
You got it now, Noah?
Nope.
Yeah. I sworn that would have did it.
I've suddenly gone blind as I pull up to the building.
You might have to give Noah permissions.
You have been struck by blindness.
How do I give Noah permissions?
Just tell me I can do it.
I give you
Verbally
permission.
would be okay. Yeah.
I bestow upon you all authorities required to see whatever the fuck you want, man.
I have the power. I don't see shit.
And then Ace, did you say you lost vision of everything?
I mean, it's just always been a black box, so I just
Let's see. You have vision. You have night vision.
Speaking of which, blindness, night vision, the suspicious stew, Pringles, kind of tastes like Doritos.
wait, what?
What if that's what's so suspicious about it?
Yeah, Pringles made suspicious stew, like Minecraft suspicious stew flavored Pringles. One of the parents at work brought it in during a Minecraft camp to have everyone try. To me, it tastes like Doritos. Kind of had a spicy flavor to it. It was pretty good, pretty decent.
What do you guys got now? Gentlemen?
Have a little bit bigger of a box. Let's see what it is. It is just my character.
I see a bigger icon for myself.
Right click on the token and
Advanced.
just go to settings and then click on dynamic lighting
Yeah.
and fuck around with the settings.
That's what I've been doing. Just so.
What do the dynamic lighting permissions say?
Chogan vision. Vision is on. Night vision is currently on. But I mean, I don't need
Oh,
that.
there it goes. But it's not an outline. It's just the map.
I see it all. I
You
see
see everything
everything.
Oh, you see the whole map, huh? Well, that's not right, is it?
I still don't say anything.
You don't see anything at all. Yeah, because I haven't monkeyed with your settings the same way. See here. Let's get you up and running at least.
Brent, I do have to say, I think you've made a perfect fictional interest for Kai Kalani. Dave Marsh
Oh,
seems
that
like
what
my
you
kind of
think?
guy.
Oh, does he?
I think so.
That's-
I mean, was that intentional?
I mean, is anything intentional with me? I'm flying by the seat of my pants constantly, so.
I think you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. I can't wait for what comes next. I also can't wait for people to be able to see this silly map. Point is, Ace, as you come up on this ik-yak of a structure, you can see that there's like a stone mausoleum ground that leads up the hill to the main structure. The structure itself has a big patio out front. It looks about how you would expect a cathedral to. There's a vaulted first floor that could easily be 3 stories by itself. And then set atop that is an additional 3 stories of structure that looks like maybe it's apartments or living space. And then behind that, there is a little bit more of the building. It's about the same size, about that vaulted first, and then 3 additional stories. There's a humongous bell tower to the left, and then there's a shorter squatter building connected to the rear of the entire cathedral, and it juts out back towards the north a ways. And further out that way is a half-buried cylinder made out of some kind of exposed pitted metal. Looks like cast iron, maybe. And make me a technology check. I believe technology is nature, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, make me a nature, science, and technology check, please. So as you're driving out here, your driving is pretty good. And as you are coming in from a ways off, you can tell that there is a thin plume of steam coming out of the mechanical structure in the rear of the building. As far as anything else about it, you, with a 9, can only really say that the structure out back is mechanical. The structure in front appears to be a living space and a church. If you want to, from now on, Ace, you can spend a grip point, and you don't have to roll anything, but if you choose to spend a grip point, you can get a gut feeling about what to do next. Call this a hint, basically. And if you'd like to, now would be an okay time to check your gut feelings.
Yeah, I'll see what's cooking down there.
So you're not going to get a gut feeling? You're just going to go ahead and jump in? Is that right?
Oh no, I'll take the gut feeling.
So go ahead and spend that grip point, and what you're going to feel like, Ace, as you look at this, there's probably something still happening here. You remember from your research that one of the articles said that the fire underground is likely still burning? And that probably accounts for the steam that's rising from the reactor. But if you're going to come back and do this, you're going to want friends. This is not the kind of thing you're going to want to do alone.
Lost
Oh,
it.
now, yeah, I lost it too now. It's all gone.
Oh, great. What did I do now?
Do we want to take a break to figure this out?
We can, or we could just go back to another map because he's not meant to be here yet. So,
Oh, gotcha.
but he can absolutely
up
see the
to-
building.
up to you.
He's supposed to be able to anyway.
Do I see any kind of evidence of Mike or anyone else that could have like fled from there or left or came here? Or
If you'd like, you can climb up. You can climb the mausoleum stairs. There's 6 flights of stairs that lead up the mausoleum grounds to the front patio. 6 flights of stairs, and that means there are 5 mausoleum sets. These are like ziggurat fashion. They are stair-stepped leading up, and I believe each layer has 4 mausoleum entrances. 6 flights of stairs, 5 mausoleums. Each one is 4 holes for a dead body to be stored. And you are in the Red Valley. You are out by the part of these furrows in the earth where, at certain times of day, including right now, you can see the soft glow of orange lava off to the southeast of you. And that's probably why they call this Red Valley. The dead bodies face out over the lava. So if you want to go up, you can. You want to get a better look at the front door?
sounds like
I
a bad
really
idea
need to
without
get
my
this
second
visible.
weapon. So I'll probably just take a note of what I see and then start driving back towards town.
Okay. If you do go up any closer, you probably can notice that the doors are boarded up. It's a pretty easy spot from here. And these mausoleum grounds are made out of stone. They seem to be the rock of the area. It's not like a building. Like this is carved into the stone.
Oh well, there's the map
I
now.
see it.
See everything again, Conrad? So,
Uh,
Ace, you get the feeling that you're better off finding some friends to come with you before you come to this place. So you decide you probably ought to go, uh, maybe find Elise. And right about the time you get the feeling like you want to find Elise, your phone goes off.
I would have jumped. I would have jumped.
Elise, I
Uh,
assume you've called Ace.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Let me get my phone.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Hey Ace, how's it going?
not too bad. How about yourself?
It's going. Hey, would you mind meeting us at that auto body shop where we got Mike's truck from? I got this paranormal investigator here with me. And I guess he wanted to talk to like witnesses who saw the green sparkles too or something. I don't know.
That works out pretty well. I was actually gonna try to come find you, so I
Well,
will
that's wonderful.
meet you at the garage.
All right,
Remember,
thank
Ace,
you.
this was one of your assignments, was to protect Elise.
Well, I'll
That's
see you
why
there.
have a good feeling.
Bye bye.
And I'll just drive towards the garage.
All right, we'll pull back up to the maps that work.
I mean, this one's working out.
Oh, good. Just see if everybody else can see it later. And then we'll go to a new map and I'll have to do all the settings over. It'll be fantastic. It'll be a good time.
Yeah.
Let's go. DM
We'll take a break.
problems.
We'll take a break. We'll take a break when that happens.
It's okay. I wasn't meant to be there in the game, new.
Ace,
That-
you drive up towards the north end of town, back into Midland. And about
Now you
this
understand
time-
my frustrations.
Yeah, this is just how DMing be, especially in early sessions. You drive up back towards the garage. You pass the highways. You pass the weird buildings that seem to stare at you. But on your way out, the feeling is much less profound. On the way in, it was intimidating, but now they just look sad. Almost like you feel sorry for the buildings on your way out. Because they do look so empty and alone. And you're kind of struck by South Midland's a crummy place. Like, it's just not doing well. And then things totally change. You go up like a half hour up the highway, and you cross a little river, and suddenly there's this wet, green, thriving city. There's trees, there's grass, there's pools, there's children playing. Even up here on the kind of the crummy part of town, you can see kids running through the street. It would be a hot day, except it's so drizzly and rainy. So kids are like splashing in puddles, having squirt gun fights, that kind of weird stuff. So Elise has invited you over to Conrad's garage. I assume you guys are gonna arrive as a group and knock and go in.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Would you like to make introductions with Ace maybe before you go in?
Oh yeah. Ace, this is Mr.
Harmon.
Cronus Harmon, you said? All right. Well, it's Mr. Harmon. He's a paranormal investigator. He said he might be able to help find Mike. You know, if the detectives aren't going to do nothing, I gotta.
Knows anything
Yeah.
out of the box that might help?
I reach out to shake his hand.
And I'll shake his hand. Do I get any weird feelings from this guy? Like, just without using a grip point or anything? Like, kind of size him up, see if there's anything weird.
I don't know. Why don't, Cronus, why don't you tell us if there's anything weird that he might notice?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't really know if he would or not.
I would say probably not. Ace, you're not, no offense, you're not particularly magical, man.
He's magical in our
Um,
hearts.
Yeah.
I will say that Ace, at some point in the not too distant past, like maybe 6 years ago or so, when you very first came to Midland and started working for the Baker Mining Company as a auditor, there was a time when you busted into a room and 3 guys came to fight. One used brass knuckles, one had a revolver, and the third one whipped out a fucking voodoo doll, man. And you'll be damned if it didn't seem like when he used that voodoo doll, it really did hurt your buddy. Fortunately, you weren't the first one or the only one into the room. And you guys beat and shot the tar out of those 3 guys. But you know, your buddy does still walk with a limp from that whole voodoo doll incident. So ever since then, you have started to notice strange things. You get strange feelings sometimes when you interact with certain people, but voodoo's for real. You know that. Voodoo is definitely a real thing. All the voodoo. So, Conrad, or I mean, Cronus, is there any voodoo?
Voodoo? No.
No voodoo, huh?
No.
Okay, well then no, you don't notice anything particularly odd about this guy. He just seems like maybe a celebrity. He is British. Or Scottish? No, British.
England.
England, yeah, he's English.
All right.
You guys shake hands. You decide to go into Conrad's garage. Conrad, I believe you were going to go out earlier.
Yeah, drive to the crash
That was
site.
So you drive up north. You were on your way out of town because you know and knew even as a, was it 15, 14-year-old?
15, I think.
15? Even as a 15-year-old, you knew the roads south of town don't go anywhere great. In fact, they go to Red Valley. And you distinctly remember being relieved to leave Red Valley. And when you came to South Midland, it was a dramatic improvement in addition to a return home, but it still wasn't enough. And so you knew the only way you were ever going to get anywhere was to go north, way up out of Texas. But you didn't get there. You got about 2 miles north of town. In fact, you wound up just past Baker Industrial Mining Complex, just past there when the wreck happened. You go to the site, the telephone pole has been moved. They've just installed a different one in a nearby location, same street, just like 100 feet down the road a ways. And they've reconnected the network without it. But if you go over to the exact site, there's no marker, no grave, but there is a little indentation in the grass to mark about where they pulled the telephone pole out of the ground.
I'm just gonna pull my bike off under the shoulder, kick the stand up, just sit there for a second.
And center your chi.
Kind of meditate a little bit, think, alright,
You meditate, huh?
where?
You're doing any meditating, are you?
I'm gonna do a little bit of a meditation there on my bike, just try and figure out, think and see if I can figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do here.
You remember the 13 tendrils
Mm-hmm.
that seemed to take the shape of a human arm? The
Yep.
same way the feathered serpent took the shape of a human arm before it grabbed you? Then you get the distinct sensation that you are getting tunnel vision because you are looking out through a tunnel, not because you're blacking out. You get the distinct feeling that you're underground in this meditative vision. And then, for just a split second, you catch a duck's head without the hands, just with a long white painted cylinder, squared off peg.
What's up with all these duck heads?
It's the same duck head as the vessel,
Mhm.
but it's just the lid.
The lid.
Just
Just
the
the lid.
The lid.
And that's all you get out of your vision.
head.
But when you get the vision, your migraine goes away.
Hmm.
All right.
Some good medicine.
There's something you want.
Good soup.
No, it's not soup, Conrad. You want that lid.
Oh, soup.
For some reason, you really heckin' want that lid, don't you?
All right. Well,
Well, no, excuse me. You don't want that lid. You don't want to get another migraine. You don't want to lose another day's sleep. You don't want to wake up again with something to dispose of in the garage. Something you got to drive out of town in plastic bags. You don't want to go there again, do you?
no, I'm running low on bags. I need to get some more. So, we'll
So go home, Conrad.
kick up the bike.
Why
turn
are
it-
you here? Why are you out reminiscing about something that happened, what was it,
9 years ago?
8 years ago now? No, it's been 11 years. You're a whole new man now. Go home, do what you need to do, make sure there's no more migraines.
Yeah, I guess we'll kick the bike up, whip it around, and heal out.
So you drive back down, you pass Baker Industrial Complex, you pass the nice end of town where all the rich folk live in the estates. You drive through the highway that leads to the west end of town towards Odessa. You pull your bike down at high speed, you head down the main south highway, you pass Sam's Club, you pass the Permian Estates, you get off the highway, and you pull up towards the edge of the river where your garage is. And there's no, I think somebody doesn't have a car. Does everybody have a car? Conrad, at least? You guys have cars?
Mm-hmm.
I have
Yeah,
a
there's
bike.
3 cars parked outside your garage, including that same red pickup from the other night. And whatever it is Elise is driving, that's there too. Remember your friends?
Huh.
Remember the weird green light show?
Yeah.
They're back.
I'm gonna
Some effect.
honk the bike's horn as I pull into the garage so they know that I see them. I'm gonna whip the bike behind the garage and get it put up.
So you pull in your garage, or you pull in your motorcycle, you unlock the garage, you go in, and just as you unlock the front door and take a step back, Elise pushes her way in and the bell tings. And then, and this is we're gonna say this is about maybe 9:15, and then we're gonna jump back to Kai. Kai, I assume you've gone upstairs, you put on day clothes, I assume showered, decided to get ready for your meeting with Dave.
A little bit more dressed up than I normally am.
Anything in particular?
The best jewelry pieces. All my
Oh, yeah.
my earrings, my necklaces, my bracelets.
Kulani designs, I assume.
All Kulani designs. All match my outfit. I have a really cool bomber jacket on that matches my eyes, and I'm ready to go.
As you put on your jewelry, I assume it's the same jewelry your family makes. This feeling
Yes.
that you have of being attuned to the world around you, particularly to the rain today, you get the feeling that the sky is one big ocean. And for just a moment, when you put the jewelry on, you get that feeling of drunkenness again. Like you're just a little bit,
Same from this morning.
yeah, that same feeling, almost as if the jewelry is helping hone your senses. It's making you realize that the ground here, is that real thunder?
I think it was fireworks really close to my ear.
Wasn't a deliberate jump scare. Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine.
So, anyhow, the moment passes. Then it just feels like jewelry again. And you decide to drive your newly purchased car out to Kulani Jewelers. And the girl behind the counter who was here, or who you knew would be here working the front desk, is Danielle. And Danielle is a little younger than you, but more immature in personality. I mean, she's a desk clerk. Granted, this is a pretty ritzy jewelry store as far as these places go. Um, but as you walk in, um, there's Dave. He's kind of leaning on the desk and he's talking to Danielle. Danielle is ever so slightly blushing. She's laughing a lot and touching her hair. And as you walk up, that's the scene. Davy and Danielle are having some kind of a conversation. And I don't think it takes too awful much to understand that he's flirting with her. And she's going for it.
She's receptive.
Yeah, she is receptive to his flirtations.
I'll I'll walk over there with extreme purpose, heels hitting the floor perhaps a little bit too hard than necessary, and go, Dave.
Danielle clears her throat. Oh, Miss Kulani, of course. This is Dave. This is a special investigator who's come to the store. Last night, as we closed up shop, we did get a ring that they sent to us in the mail, and that should be on the manager's desk in the back. If you want, I can go get it for you while
Please,
you
Danielle,
and Dave have
that'd
your
be
meeting.
wonderful.
And so she
Yes.
gets up and walks to the back. She's dressed not quite as classy as you are, but she is obviously, as she works here and she's here for work this morning, she is dressed pretty nice. She's got kind of a bouncy blonde hair, a little naive though. She won't be gone for long, and Dave kind of turns and smiles to you. Kai, I'm so glad you could make it. Look, I'm sorry if I was a little forward earlier. I know I kind of ambushed you after your morning swim, but I had reliable information that that was probably the best place to find you. Look, just between us kids, not everybody came up with money. You know what I mean? So sometimes my manners are a little rough. Hope you forgive me. Not everybody has all the advantages. Some of us come up out of the mud, and that's my family. We're muddy people.
There's nothing wrong with mud. Here and again, Dave. Um, where is sorry, you sent them a ring, she said?
Yeah. So it arrived last night, and it pertains to the case I've been investigating, like I told you. And about this time, Danielle comes back, and she is holding a manila envelope with little strings that tie around it. She unties them, opens the envelope, and hands it to you.
Is this the things that were faxed over?
Oh, no, this came in the mail, Miss Kulani. Yeah, we had it priority mailed to you. It had to be here in person in case you had to inspect it. If you don't mind. He
Yeah,
gestures
Of course.
as if you're to open it.
I start to open it, and while I do, I'll tell Danielle a couple things. Number one, that what's her name? Susanna, from the secretary from
Susan.
Baker's. Susie has what did I say? A discount, half off on one of her pieces,
Oh, right, yeah.
and then
Good on you. That's karma points.
I will also instruct her to grab the things that were faxed over this morning.
Oh, right, the documents that
Correct,
David asked
for Dave. Yes.
So she goes to get those and leaves you and Dave with the manila envelope.
I open it.
There's a single ring inside, and as you pour the contents of the ring into your palm, it is, in fact, a piece that you have worked personally. Not that that takes too much going on. It's a Kulani piece. It's a wedding ring. It is equal parts silver and gold, like all of the things your family produces. And engraved on the inside is, one moment, big notes. MDR and ES.
You said ES? E as an
And
elephant?
ES. E is an elephant, S is in snake. And the first one is MDR. M is in mayonnaise. D is in dog. R as in. I can't think of any R words now. They all
Romeo.
Romaine.
romaine
Rabbit.
lettuce. I love it. Yes, rabbit. Thank you. Yeah, you guys came up with so many.
Radical.
I had zero. Um, the ring doesn't look damaged, but you can tell that it's been worn by a person relatively recently. And in fact, there's maybe a little bit of what you call dried skin stuck on it.
So Andrea knows whose this is, but Kai has no idea. This is Mike's ring.
This is absolutely Mike's ring.
But Kai doesn't know this. She doesn't know, so I'll just, explain to Dave, yeah, this is one of my pieces. I don't know, would I know anything about who
Yeah,
it was
well,
for? Or I
so
just know that I made
it was a wedding ring. It was a wedding ring.
Would I make it custom for the person who bought it, or that I could just make it and then
Engraving would have been done here at this location. And actually, as part of the included paperwork, there is information about this particular ring's sale. And you can see that it was sold to a Michael Dennis Ripley.
I'll
And-
point that out to Dave.
And Dave nods. Yeah, honestly, I was a little worried. Our records showed that this was a Kulani piece. We were certain it was probably purchased from this store. The thing is, the details about where it came from don't add up.
I'll ask Danielle since she's relatively local. Danielle, do you happen to know anything about this Mike Ripley?
No, I can't say as I do. I don't remember making the sale. Maybe it was one of the other clerks. As you can see, this was 3 years ago. So I wasn't even working here then.
Do the records have a phone number or an address for this person?
They sure do. He appears to live across town. Except that you may even recognize the name Michael Dennis Ripley as being the guy you were supposed to go talk with when you were coming to Vince Baker. He's the guy who went missing.
That's right. Right.
So you can confirm that. We're gonna hop right into Dave. So can you confirm that this is in fact the Mike that went missing from Baker Mining Company?
Yes, I was in town to meet just him.
So
I was told he was missing.
We pulled this out of a grab bag from a group of vagrants. We caught them in North Odessa, and they were trading some illegal drugs that aren't exactly on the market for the average person. This was some new stuff, some stuff that the government's trying to keep a real handle on. And this was in a bag of junk that they seemed to want to sell. Now, when we pressed the person who had them, she said she found it on a stiff. And we picked up that body, and we have it on ice down in Odessa. And I gotta tell you, if that body was a day old, it was a year old. And it looked
don't
like
understand.
it'd been mummified. It looked like something soaked it in salt or maybe acid. It was dried to a crisp. It was practically beef jerky. No clothes. And it was just a little ways north of Odessa.
Could those
I-
vagrants have done something?
Well, they are known. We had a file on them, and none of them had any priors of any violent conviction. They were known to be thieves, homeless people, riffraff. And their story appears to check out. We found the stiff right where they said it would be, stripped of anything valuable. From what they say, the gold ring was one of the only things still on it.
Wow, poor Mike. Oh, his
Thing
wife.
is, the thing is, Mike's only been missing for 2 months.
How possible? How can it be that his body looks so mummified?
We don't have a good answer for that. But right now, we're just trying to follow the chain of possession of the ring. We don't want to jump to any conclusions. We don't think this is Mike's body. It honestly, it looks like the body of an old man. But it's
So,
in a state that makes it impossible for us to realistically identify. Do you understand?
and this ring identifies him as Michael Ripley.
It appears so. And we don't have a lot else to go on. The investigation for Mike went cold. These two ends, they don't seem to match up as far as I can tell. So, you guys say this was sold to Michael. Maybe we should go try and talk to his wife. I know that
Yes.
she's been through a lot already with the local police, but the FBI is taking chain of custody. And about that time, his pager goes off again, and he checks it, and he goes a little pale when he looks at it, when he reads whatever the message is, and he says, "That's twice in one day. You guys got a TV in here?" And you do. And Danielle says, "We got one in the back." He says, I need Fox News. There's a story playing right now. We got to go turn it on." And then we're going to jump back to Cronus, Elise, Conrad, and Ace.
So I hear you guys witnessed what happened with this container when it was opened or removed.
Hold on there, sir. I know the lady here, and I know Pretty Boy, but just who are you and why are you coming into my shop acting like you can ask me questions?
My name's Conrad. I was asked to
I'm
come here
Conrad.
for
You're
a
not
case.
fucking Conrad.
Cronus.
The names are so similar, it's tricky.
Yeah. No, I was asked to come here to assist in an investigation. So I'm asking questions.
So you're a cop.
No, I mean, in a paranormal investigator.
Okay, then. Well, Conrad Jameson. Nice to meet you. Reach my hand out for him.
Cronus Harmon.
As soon as he grabs my hand.
Oh, we got to do some stuff to each other now?
Ooh.
Okay, chill.
No,
Kinky.
yeah.
I'd like to just, as soon as he grabs my hand, I'd like to send a quick mind sliver at him, just to poke around and see.
Well, you can communicate with people telepathically at will,
Oh,
can't you?
yeah, I'm not trying to communicate telepathically. I'm just trying
Trying
to
to cast like a spell on him?
mind sliver, just psychic energy into him, just to
Okay.
test his credentials.
Everybody, what's your passive perceptions?
18.
Jesus.
You're passive.
Yes.
Jesus fuck.
Holy shit, you have a 18 passive perception?
I have 16.
My
You
wisdom's
really do
18.
have eyes in the back of your head. Holy shit.
Mine's 16.
Okay, well, everybody can definitely see that he does this. And what's important about this is that not only do you notice that this guy casts a spell, you notice that he does it blatantly in front of everybody.
It's just a verbal
Nothing-
component. Nothing's crazy.
So he says some magic words. Cronus, you recognize them. Ace, you don't. But all of you, actually, Elise, you don't recognize them either. But all of you are kind of shocked because this means none of you are normies. And all of you
Okay.
have some kind of familiarity with the idea that you can't really cast a lot of magic in front of normies. I would imagine this might even be your way of testing that out, Conrad.
Yep.
Well then.
It's just a 14 intelligence save there.
Go for it. Then
Intelligence save.
Yeah. Just a 14.
you're a maniac attacking this guy the first
Jesus
time you meet him.
Christ.
Well, you make it.
Mm-hmm. I sure do.
Nothing happens if you make it. It's just. Oh.
Do I know that he does it though? Do I know that?
Yeah,
he did
you
it?
absolutely will know. He grabs your hand and looks you in the eye, and from his eye, you get the sensation that there is an invisible blade that moves from his eyes directly into yours, and you feel that it's like it's trying to drive its way into your skull. It's just magical energy, but it stops right at the surface of your eyes as you just barely resist with raw willpower in the last instant. Like he almost gets this thing in there, and you even recognize the spell. This is Mind Sliver. This is a common psychic ability that such people are known to have. You've seen it before, but very seldom have you actually been made the victim of it. Fortunately, it doesn't do damage if you pass, and you passed. But this guy definitely just tried to harm you psychically.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong character sheet.
Using favors.
I just noticed.
I was saying, like, how the hell
I've
do you have
been
an
looking at this whole
18?
time.
How do you have an 18 as a paladin?
Okay, her 16. Okay, her passive is 16.
Okay, that's like everybody else.
Is that level 5? How the hell are you that OP right now?
Sorry.
I was like, damn, did I make a mistake when I was giving her a magic item or something?
Nope,
What did I
that's-
do?
Nope. My fault. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Uh,
How are you going to respond, Cronus? Ace, at least you guys definitely have seen what's just happened. Like, these two guys go to shake hands, and the creepy mechanic guy is, like, staring daggers into the British guy's face, and you feel, like, a wave of force come off of him. This guy is, like, fully cast.
I quickly pull my hand back, and I, like, rub my hand a little bit like this, just like, we have a little bit in common.
So it would seem. I'd turn over to Elise. What can I do for you, ma'am?
Well, now that the familiarities are done, all right, can you tell the man anything you know about the green sparkles from my vase?
All I know is you opened the duck lid and sparkles came out. Right? Much more to it.
Cronus, anything else you wanted to ask? Am I playing telephone for y'all because you can't play nice?
No, I just thought you were in charge. That's why I was asking you.
Well, I am, but...
Cronus, make an investigation check.
Okay. Ew.
Ooh.
So
Oof.
you would normally kind of poke around and ask questions to make sure all the stories matched up and that all the details were covered. But this fucking guy is just giving you the heebie-jeebies. You don't know that you've seen him before, but there's something familiar about him. And something that you feel is necessary to look up on later. Like, you're like, man, something about this guy reminds me of somebody. And the way he's acting reminds me of something, and I'm going to store that away for later and do some digging on this particular character.
Okay. I lean over to Elise. What's this guy's deal?
I don't know. Listen, I just met him yesterday. I just met you yesterday, all right? Now,
All right, fair enough.
what did you need to know about the vase? Is that all?
Where did it come from? Like, You said it was your husband's. What was he doing with this?
I don't know that it was his. The police found it in his truck, and so they put it in a box for me.
Is the truck missing as well?
No, I just got it back yesterday. Picked it up, same day the vase.
I assume the
Conrad
truck
here
is.
fixed it up for me.
I assume
He
the
did a real
truck
good
is
job.
back at your place.
I can't remember. Did I
You
I
had
took it
it.
back to
No,
my
well,
place?
actually, you had it moved back to
To
uh,
The
the
company.
mining company.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You had it
so
moved back to the
no.
mining company.
It's
You got all the stuff out of it. You identified that it was his, but
yeah.
yeah, it's just back to the mining company now because it was a mining company truck.
Okay.
But you still have the box with the rest of his stuff,
Mm-hmm.
including his wallet and ID.
And we brought the boxes back.
Yeah, box is back at my house. The only thing I brought out that was not really his was the space. I found everything else of his was normal. You know, it had the spare quarters that he tossed in his glove compartment. It had, you know, his wallet, spare cash for the tills, an old coffee cup. You know, the usual.
Speaking of the vase, ma'am, you don't happen to have the lid to the vase with you, do you? I had an idea. Want to check out with those holes in your husband's gas tank.
Oh yeah, sure. And I'll hand him the vase with the lid on it, the whole thing.
Here it is. You're gonna pull the duck out of the hands.
Did you want me opening it up again?
Last. Well, since he seems to be so keen on seeing these sparklies, I just need the lid. But
Then I will pop the lid off as he's saying it and hand it to him.
oh shit.
So, question: Would
Ace is
Cronus
there
know that?
for the record. Ace is there
Would-
too. Don't
Would
forget,
Cronus
he's
know
the-
that opening this lid would cause something catastrophic?
No, it's not familiar enough that you can say that for sure. You can say for sure that it is a containment vessel of some kind.
Would I know that would it release something if the lid is removed?
Outside of what is in it, you can't say, but you can say with almost certainty that removing the lid is like opening a jail cell. And we are going to take a short break so that I can tinkle at the absolute least.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Not allowed to do that.
Or we could just take like a quick 15-minute break. We'll be right back. I don't know
Okay.
if you guys are cool with that.
Whatever.
Now seems like a fantastic time so you guys can stew.
What a
I'm not-
cliffhanger.
I'm gonna make some tea.
Yeah, why don't we just come back at 30? Gives us like 12 minutes.
Okay. Sounds
Cool.
good.
All right.
Yeah, that's good. He's around level 17.
Let's see, cheat the system. All right, I believe we are back
No.
and ready to roll.
It's a 9th level spell for a reason.
Oh yeah.
We all
no.
live and cooking?
I mean, I don't know about cooking, but we're here.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Break over. Now, what were we doing right before we took our little tinkle break?
Fight.
Alana opened the duck
No,
jar.
he opened the lid.
I
Yeah,
opened
are
the
we not
jar.
Everybody
not
with
walking that
Kai
back?
is present. And so, Elise, you are taking the jar over to Conrad and you're opening it. You're pulling the duck out from the hands. Is that correct?
Correct. And I will be handing him the duck head as soon as it's free.
Ace would
So,
instinctually
as
take
you-
a bunch of steps backward.
As you pull it free, the same shit starts up again.
Fuck.
Green, glittering sparkles come out of the hands. You
Beautiful.
hand the duck head over to Conrad. As you pull it out, everybody make a quick perception check. Just to see if you'll catch this minor detail before what's actually happening happens.
Nat 20.
Absolutely, Elise, you're aware of it. You can see that this shaped, beveled inside piece that goes down into the vessel, it's long and skinny, just like the duck's neck. But even though it's flat and it's shaped to the vessel itself, you can tell that it's been chiseled just so that it resembles the full body of a duck. It's not the right shape to be a duck's body, but it is chiseled as if it's the whole duck. And you're just pulling
quack.
it out of these hands.
Roll for initiative.
Green sparkles, this is for everybody now. Green sparkles erupt. They come out of the vessel, they swirl through the air, and they become a humanoid apparition that floats about a foot off the ground.
I was afraid of that.
What
Exactly
the hell?
as you remember your daughter looking, Cronus. You look exactly like her. Only when the spirit manifests, it is not your daughter.
Oh God.
It's Mike. So you see the ghostly apparition of Mike. This is at about 8:15 a.m.
We went back in time?
Ghostly
Yeah, that's
apparition.
earlier.
What time
Okay.
did you guys get together?
We met at like 10:30. We would have had over
in
here
that case,
around
this-
noon.
In that case, this is around noon. Kai, you
Yes,
are not
I'm here.
presently with the group.
Correct.
So we're going to jump back to you very briefly. Long enough to say that as you guys check out the news, there's some kind of problem at the Permian Basin Petroleum Museum. Somebody was injured. This is on the news. They were worried because the person was made very sick very quickly, so they temporarily closed the museum. And then later in the day, it happens again. Only this time there are several witnesses. And they say things as wild as that they have seen a monster. This is of great concern to Dave. Dave clips his pager back on and says, Kai, maybe you can try and get in contact with Mike. Maybe call the number. Maybe his wife has information. I got something. I got to go down to talk to the chief of police. If this is going on right as I'm in town, it might be involved. So I'll see you later, okay? And he takes off in kind of a hurry.
Okay. I. Did he say it is involved?
He thinks the situation at the museum is involved.
Okay. I will call whatever number is associated with the account that bought the
There's two.
ring.
The first one is Michael's number, and the second one is Elisa's number.
I'm going to call Elise, considering that Michael's not here anymore.
So this will be
Allegedly is correct.
about the same time somehow. You and Dave part ways for a couple hours. You take care of some things there at the store. You double check the serial number on the ring to make sure that it is in fact a ring that you yourself have processed. They did the engraving here at the store just as you expected, but you worked this gold yourself. And then you make your phone call to Elise. Elise, Cronus, Conrad, Ace. The ghostly apparition of Mike hovers in the air in front of you, glowing green, transparent. The whole room is lit up for just a moment. Conrad, your headache, if it was still present at all, absolutely goes away the moment you're holding the talisman. The duck.
Huh.
I will
It
start
feels
something.
clean to you to hold it. It feels really clean. So the ghost is hovering in front of you. Elise! Elise, is that you? Oh, thank God.
I
Thank
think you're
God
muted,
you're
Elise.
okay.
You're muted.
What?
There you
I might just want to pick it up. Mike, what happened to you? Why are you
Oh.
green?
Elise, baby, I'm dead. Oh, I don't even know how to tell it to you. The thing in the jar, It's a monster, and I don't know that there's a way to stop it.
That jar? This jar?
That jar. I've been trapped in there for weeks. It sucked the life out of me, Ellie.
Oh,
I went as far as I could. I tried to get it away. Oh, God. I tried to take it to Anodyne. Oh,
who gave
Ellie,
it
there's
to
not enough time. Ellie, I have to go. Who are these people?
you?
What are you? Why did you open it?
They're helping me
Oh, you
out.
should have left it closed. Oh, I can feel it. It's coming back.
I'll try to close the jar, like take the duck from his hands, from Cronus's hands, and try to put it back on the jar.
Um, as you start to do that, you can tell that he's not like a genie to where he's sticking out of the vase. The vase is just in one of your hands empty. He is totally free right now. His spirit
Mike?
has been released, yeah.
Can you
Elise, I'm wasting away. Elise, listen to me. You have to use the vessel. It was trapped inside the vessel. I opened it and it got into the gas tank. I tried to get it out of town, but I didn't make it. Oh, I tried to take it to Anodyne. Elise, whatever you do, make sure the vessel and the talisman get to Anodyne. They'll know what to do. Baby, I love you. Don't look for my body. And then he dissipates.
I'll just turn to the group and say, "What the fuck was that?"
Cronus,
Pardon my French.
Mhm.
Arcana check, please. Anybody else can make it, or they can give the help action if so they choose.
I'll help him.
Awesome, like to make
Wait.
a check.
Help just gives him advantage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna help
Looks
you out
like-
this.
I mean, I don't think Elise needs it. It's a nat 20, isn't it?
No, it's
Mhm.
just an 18.
Oh, okay. No, that was a previous.
I got a
That was a
21.
previous.
Wait, what are we doing an Arcana check?
Yeah, I got
You're
a
doing an
21.
Arcana check.
So.
Woo! Let's go, Ace.
God
100%
damn it.
is the answer to your question, Conrad.
All right.
Conrad, you know what roll to make.
Yep. Oh Lord, are we gonna do it?
Okay, let me make sure I got the right thing here. Is
That didn't
Ace really?
succeed.
Is it
Sleight
really
of
Ace who has
hand
the best Arcana roll? No, that was perception. Okay. 21 will still do it, Cronus. Mr. Harmon, while this is absolutely what you saw happen to your daughter, but in reverse, you get the fantastic sensation of two things. One, now that you're a little more versed in magic, you recognize the effect. The glittering green, the transparency, the way his spirit was manifesting itself physically but wasn't attached to a body. This is something called dematerialization. It's what allows some people, particularly children, to sometimes gain the ability to move from one place to another through closets, through walls, through doors. They kind of do it instinctively as toddlers, and then they kind of grow out of it. It only happens in a really rare minority of children. It's just one of the natural magical phenomenons that humans are suspect to. Some kids learn to do it really well, and some people that travel in the magical circles become experts at dematerialization. It's kind of a combination of psychic and magical power. And what appears to have happened is that these people who are killed by whatever this jar was meant to hold, as part of the process of killing them, they are dematerialized. Their body dies and their spirit is removed and trapped in the vessel in the monster's place.
Okay, so
This is just like the Mummy, the movie.
damn.
Thank you for
one?
clarifying.
I
Right?
just knew this movie.
Curse. This is curse.
This is curse. That is
The
That's
curse. I had to resist
Um,
really hard to do the stereotypical ghost voice. I'm like,
Ooh.
beware.
Sewing Scoob.
Rory. Like
All right.
Scoob.
So, any reactions for this?
So based on after that happened, we know that there's obviously another entity that's trying to get out of that base.
No. The
No.
vase is now empty. Anybody want to examine the inside of the vase? Maybe.
Yes.
It's lined with tar. Maybe even oil. It's black, it's shiny, it's sticky, but not wet like it's dried there.
Would you
Does that
say
bring
it's
anything? Does that bring anything to mind?
It smells bad.
would you say it's a glistening oil?
You could say, no, not glistening anymore. Glistening would imply that it's wet. It's dried
Glittering.
and sticky, almost like fresh blacktop.
Mm.
It's like painted onto the inside. It reeks. It smells like motor oil.
Smells like home.
Which you can smell even above Conrad's garage
Hey,
now that it's open.
Turn to Conrad and say,
Hey.
did that answer your question? About the gas tank?
I mean, yeah, there was 3 lights and there was 3 holes. So, if I was a betting man, I'd say whatever got your man's here came out through the gas tank and got him, or sucked him out of the gas tank. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that we need to find out what the hell was inside of here because we done fucked up.
Maybe
Everybody
a little.
make a perception check.
Woo!
Ugh.
Ooh.
None of us have done that.
Ace did great though.
There it is.
Our normie man.
Ace, you
Oh.
hear an ambulance.
Not for me, for them.
It comes from the north and it whizzes right past you. It goes down the road that Conrad's garage is off of. It's cooking. You hear them turn off their sirens, which means they arrive at where they're going within earshot of you.
Sounds like the monsters nearby.
That would stand to be inferred, wouldn't it?
But so it's like what right next to us, so it's probably the museum.
Not right next to you. Like I said, it's within earshot, so it's
Okay.
less than a mile away. Like it's a couple of blocks down the street from you.
Were we inside the garage the whole time?
Yeah.
I'd probably run out to see if I could tell where it went.
It went south. It looks like it made it just past the river. It didn't go quite as far as the tire facility. It's still kind of in town. Are you going to walk down the street and see what's going on?
I'll go back in and say it sounds like it went down the street. Do we bring the vase?
That's a group vote, I think,
I-
y'all.
I'll hand it to somebody else. I think I'm too shaky to hold this right now.
I will take the base.
I will just
Why don't
gladly
you-
shove it to him.
Not a thing. Not one word. Cronus. You get the feeling that if there's 2 entities that you can confirm, it stands to reason that the marks on the vessel might be identifiers of some kind.
Could I take time to ritual cast comprehend languages?
You absolutely can do that.
How long does that ritual take?
10 minutes.
I mean, we just heard a monster was let loose and an ambulance whizzed by. Do we have 10 minutes that we could just sit here and do nothing for?
He can do that while we run down.
No,
I mean,
that's
do I
true.
have to be standing still
Well,
to
you guys don't
ritual
even know what's
cast?
happened unless
Yeah.
Ace has come back and informed you.
Do I have to? Do I have to be standing still to ritual cast?
I would say in this case, yes. Not necessarily always. You have to be standing still, like you could be in a vehicle, but in this, because it's a ritual, you've got to perform the ritual for 10 minutes.
I would have ran back in and told him after what Mike said.
Okay. So Ace comes in and tells you guys that the ambulance done whipped by. It looks like it went south past the river. It's close by. It might be related.
That's a little bit too much of a coincidence, don't you think? I think we gotta go clean up our own mess.
So I imagine you're going to start to cast the ritual, Cronus.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So you start the ritual, which involves pulling out a dictionary, which fortunately Conrad does have one of. You pull out a dictionary and you start circling the page numbers, and you flip through page by page, circling each page number. And you get going fast enough that you stop circling page numbers and you're just flipping through the pages so that they fly by. And the names that are written on the pages, as you get going up to speed, they blur and your vision blurs. And when you put down the book, all languages that you read or hear spoken aloud sound like English to you. But
Okay.
this is while the rest of the group is going out to investigate where the ambulance went.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
You guys walk out to the street. It's a couple minutes hike down past the river. You go over the bridge. You stop just outside of the Permian Basin Petroleum Museum. They're already loading somebody into the ambulance. You can see that there is also a police car. And as you guys are standing there gawking, the nice car that most of you would recognize belongs to the chief of police pulls up. Kind of slow and casual like. You see a kind of portly, sandy, red-brown skinned guy climbs out, slaps on a cowboy hat, and he goes out and he talks to what looks like some kind of manager for the museum. And the EMTs are loading somebody into the ambulance.
Do we see anything about the person being loaded into the ambulance? Do they look weird? Do they look injured?
No, they appear to actually be speaking with the paramedic. They're not really even strapped down, but they are on oxygen. They do appear to be upset, and there's other people with them who seem to be kind of like concerned for their well-being. Honestly, the situation doesn't look as serious as you maybe had thought. But somebody appears to have been hurt.
Can I do a
museum.
quick, like, just scan around the heads and see if I see Officer Billy?
No, he's not here yet.
All right. I would like to tuck
No,
away.
there's
Go ahead.
a police car from an officer you don't recognize, but you do know that you do clock that it's the chief of police's car.
I'd like to tuck away behind,
Chief
out of range at least of people seeing me noticeably, and use disguise self to turn myself into Billy.
Especially now that you have the duck in your hands. Shit, I said the loud part loud instead of the loud part quiet. Um, Especially with the duck in your hands, you're feeling this surge of adrenaline. You did something you were supposed to do, and when you're good, you get things that make you more able to survive the peculiar world you are stuck in. And as you dip away, it dawns on you that maybe somebody else's face would suit you better in this potentially threatening situation. And as you step away from the group, you reach back to slick back your hair a little bit, uh, and suddenly you're Officer Billy McDonald. Shorter hair, cleaner cut. Look like you work out, but you're about the same height. Uh, Now you're in disguise. I assume the rest of the group won't recognize you. Unfortunately, your clothes are still the same.
It doesn't change my clothes.
I think it probably would, but I'm going to say that in this case it doesn't.
Okay.
Unless you really want to try on a police officer's uniform. I will let you do it if you insist, if you're really trying to look like Billy and he's on duty. Because Billy might show up is the problem with your game.
That's true.
Was your intention, Noah, to go get some information as a
As
police
Billy,
officer?
yeah.
I'll say go for it. And what we'll do is we'll have you roll another luck check here in a minute to determine whether or not Officer McDonald does appear on the scene and make things awkward for you.
Oh god. Okay.
Because you are in public, why don't you also make me a sanity check, please?
Oh god. This can go really bad really quickly. Oh, we're golden.
That's an extreme success.
We are
Gain 1 sanity.
Eating up today.
Gain a sanity.
I'm
A
now
whole
at
sanity point.
that puts me over my base. Is that okay?
That's fine. As long as you don't hit 100. Just let me know if you hit 100.
Well, I'm not there yet.
What happens if you hit 100?
I'll tell
You're
you when you
better.
hit 100.
You become super sane.
You're better than everyone else.
Your
You
hair turns gold,
win.
you can fly. You're as uncrazy as it gets.
You become God.
You go Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, basically. So,
Yeah.
everybody else in the group can feel free to make a perception check.
Including me, even though I'm not there.
Yeah, you're not there, so I don't think you count. So it'd be Ace and Elise.
Now one, I'm not noticing shit.
Elise, your phone goes off.
Second one.
Elise, your phone goes off. You don't even.
You have
You
my
don't even
phone
look.
still.
So I noticed my phone goes.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't.
Hello?
You don't notice anything else. It's Kai
Is this
Kulani calling.
is this Elise Ripley?
Yes. Who's calling? The IRS?
Yes. No. My name's Kai Kalani. I'm with
Oh.
Kalani Jewelers. Perhaps you've heard of us.
Yeah. Me and my husband got our wedding rings from y'all.
Which is why I'm calling. I happen to have in possession your husband's wedding ring. I was hoping you would be able to. Oh shit! We wanted to identify. I was hoping to give this back to you.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I would so appreciate that. When can I come pick this up?
I guess at your earliest convenience.
Well, wonderful. I'll head over there soon. Thank you for giving me a call. Glad you're not the IRS. Goodbye now.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys, you're so sweet about it, but also you're like, yeah, I guess I'll just come get it later. It's fine.
It's only just one of the last mementos of my confirmed dead husband.
Okay, well, she'll be more interested in like seeing what's going on here if it's related to the vase.
Not if she has a nat one.
She's out for
Yeah,
blood
no,
for the thing that killed him.
No,
Mike.
she rolled a nat 1 to detect if she could even
Know
notice
that he
combat
disguised himself.
disappearing.
Yeah.
So Ace, I don't think you got it either, buddy. No, I would say not. Did I have Conrad roll stealth at all?
You did not.
Roll me I'm sorry, it was the sleight of hand from earlier.
Yeah, sleight of hand was from earlier. You want stealth right now?
So actually, Ace, you do clock it. You see that Conrad steps back, wipes his hands through his hair, and as he does it, he totally transforms into that dick cop from the other day. Not all cops are dicks, just this guy.
Billy deserves
And
it.
he's like hidden from sight from everyone else.
No, he's not hidden from sight. He just looks like Billy McDonald. He looks like that dick cop from the other day. He is fully that person. You saw him transform.
Do I know the chief of police?
You know of him. Hey, Cronus, you're not there, but you absolutely know the chief of police. You know Police Chief Loudwater well. So, you guys gonna stand around and gawk as they load this person in the ambulance, or somebody got plans of something they'd like to do about it?
Yeah, I'm gonna run up to the chief, flag him down, and be like, Chief, 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 hang on. Just saw the whole hullabaloo. What's going on here?
Oh, Lord and God Almighty. Billy, you're not even supposed to be in uniform today. Why are you here?
I saw the sirens go by and figured I probably come here and use some help.
Well, criminy, kid, you suit up quickly.
Yeah,
Okay,
don't take it off.
so, honestly, it doesn't look too serious. Billy, we probably don't need you. Somebody saw something, fainted up in the exhibit upstairs. I don't think it's anything we need to worry about. They've been escorted out. Cameras didn't pick anything up. No other staff members saw anything. As far as I can tell, we're going to reopen the museum in an hour or so after we've had a little bit of a look-see, make sure that the halls are clear and there's nobody hiding inside.
All right, well, I'm gonna go give everything a look-see, one over, make sure everything's all good to go, and then I'll get out of your hair there, sir.
Billy,
Yeah.
it's your day off. Go home, kid.
Hey,
Huh?
justice never sleeps.
All right, this isn't an old action movie, kid. Get home. I'm serious.
All right.
Does the chief also sell propane and propane accessories?
No, he does not. But he probably lives across the street from a guy who does.
God damn it, Bobby.
Can the chief give me a goddamn it, Bobby, real
Yeah,
quick?
you wanna?
For
Oh,
the
I'm
record,
sick.
Or a Baja Blast?
Cronus, you
Baja.
as you talk to this guy, I'm just going to describe him for you. He is a medium sandy red-brown skin tone. He does wear his hair in a really short braid behind each ear. His hair is totally black. It is a receding hairline a little bit. He's an older man, about 50, maybe even 60. He's very wrinkled. And while he wears a cowboy hat, everybody considers it to be kind of a tongue-in-cheek joke because his name is Police Chief Loudwater, and he is a Native American. And so the fact that he's Chief Loudwater is kind of like a little gag for the Midland Police Department, but he is an extraordinarily nice guy. Cronus, you know that the police chief title is absolutely more than just police chief. He is Chief Loudwater. And he came to be chief because he used to be shaman for the Caddo people who live northeast of town. The Caddo being a Native American group of people who were known to be stone workers. And they lived around here before the white man came. And Chief Loudwater came from their land. And he moved to the city and worked his way up through the police department. You have dealt with him before specifically because he is a shaman. In fact, you guys worked together in trying to figure out what happened to your daughter. He was one of the few people who treated you like you weren't completely insane. But you're not there, so
Right.
it would stand to reason that anything bad happens, he's probably going to show up. But as you're finishing this ritual now, you check out the vase, and written on the front is burning water. And as you stare at the word burning water where the hieroglyphs used to be, the word changes. You also see that it says tar, it says oil, it says gas, it says paint, and it kind of shifts in meaning from moment to moment. But then it comes back to burning water.
That's
Roll
it.
me an intelligence check.
Okay. Just straight intelligence.
Yeah, just straight up intelligence. That's plenty. It's changing because there's not a word in English that means quite this many different things, but it's a category. It's certainly a category that you can infer means liquids that burn.
Like soup.
Wax, oil, tar, that kind of thing.
So it
It's
doesn't.
not it's not a super specific term, but it's a term for which there's no English equivalent, which is why it keeps changing. But this hieroglyph means literally that category of substances.
Do I get a reason? Because we just had a person's soul trapped inside this container.
Basically, it's a label. It's a label that says petroleum, essentially.
So it was just a container that had been.
Oh, it's
sealed.
magical as hell. It's just that the tar thing is a label. This jar is basically labeled petroleum products, petroleum minerals. Why are you guys laughing?
Because when you said it was like a category, I said like soup.
Like soup.
Yeah, basically.
No!
This is a jar of tar flavored Campbell's soup.
No. He said like soup. I'm like, did you say like soup? And he goes, not super specific.
That's funny. I didn't even
Terrible.
It's
adorable.
great.
No.
It's adorable. I love it.
It's great. I love it.
I'm going to bed. Good night, guys. See you the next time.
I'm not gonna use vicious mockery. I'm gonna use vicious punnery.
So, fake Billy McDonald, are you going to go back to the group or are you going to like slip out the back?
I'm gonna go ahead and run around the vehicles, so that way I'm out of shape or out of sight of most people, and then just drop it and go back to my normal form and shape, and loop back around
I'm
everybody.
gonna meet him back there.
So Ace has made you, and you can tell that Ace has made you.
All right, pretty boy. Come on, we gotta go find little misses. Got some
You
idea.
wanna explain that fancy magic trick you pulled back there?
Nope. And I'll just keep walking.
So Carlos,
No.
you can come out and see where the group has gone if you'd like. Enough time has certainly passed.
Okay. Yeah. There's another thing that I had in mind, but after discovering what was written on the jar,
And I think
I
Ace wanted to do
changed my
something
mind.
as well.
Wasn't what you thought would be written on the jar?
I mean, no, figured it would be something that would be important.
Maybe it is important.
How do you know
That's
it's not
why he
important?
wrote it down.
Soup.
Maybe you should write it down too.
I mean, I don't think I need to write down petroleum.
Are you saying my dead husband's jar is not important?
About as
You guys
important
argue.
as his.
Do it
It's
again.
100% what I'm saying.
1 minute.
Wow. Cancelled.
Am I still alone?
Well, I think Ace wanted to do something as well after this.
Oh, what I'm gonna do is gonna be very quick.
That was fine.
Brent, am I still alone?
Right.
Are we alone?
I think we are.
Is Brent in the room with us?
I don't think we're alone.
I think someone said 1 second, but I couldn't
Earth
see who
to
it
Brent?
was.
I think he said he's
What?
gonna let us fight it out for a minute.
You might have to actually use that thing to get in contact with it.
Oh man, I
His
was
pho-
playing check for that one in my bedroom, but don't worry, guys, I got the whole for this one.
his mic picked up his phone buzzing, so
All right. Sorry about that, gang. That's what happens when you drink 2 big cups of coffee in 2 hours.
Oh man, I just got the planchette out to talk to you. Putting it back.
I'll take any plants. What? What about plants?
Planchette to psychic circle.
Oh.
I mean, if you want plants, I'm happy to
I
give
noticed
cuttings.
you have a bunch. Yeah, I'd love to have plants. I have 0 plants in my apartment.
Absolutely, I will
I want to
send.
turn it into a jungle.
Next time we have any sort of like game night, I will bring tons of cuttings of plants.
I'm in. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll just have to stock up on potters, I guess.
You have to go out and buy some pot.
Well, I mean, you'll have time. If I give you cuttings, you'll have to sit like.
Yes, I will take all of the pot, please.
Yes.
I would like 6 pots.
I would like to know where you guys get pot too.
Home Depot.
Oh. Okay.
The guy outside.
Yeah, that's the kind of pot I'm
Brown
looking for.
Lowe's. Home Depot makes just as much sense, though. The guy at Lowe's is expensive.
I actually go to Marshall's.
Yeah, I go to a
You could
local
just
guy.
talk to like any teenage employee at any fast food restaurant, and you
Wow,
could
that's
also.
so true. What a like. I don't think a truer thing has ever been said.
I can just go up to my boss and ask at this point, really.
Basically, just go to any restaurant and just like flag a member of the staff. Be like, hey, who
Go to
does
the kitchen,
meats?
ask any line cook.
Yeah, absolutely.
You find a
I feel
prep.
like the line cooks
better.
where you get your hard drugs. The servers and host staffs where you get grass.
You get a prep cook for grass.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Make you a big old salad.
Did we stop talking about gardening?
I'm so confused.
Oh, we're
yeah,
talking
it's
about
hard to tell.
Andy.
Yes, we
Okay.
are continuing on
it's
here.
just metaphorical gardening now.
So you don't want to do the thing anymore, Cronus? What thing don't you want to do anymore?
You're muted.
Muted.
The depression.
It was going to be something that had to do with the pot specifically, like what was written on it. And I was going to do a thing to give to Elise, but I don't know that it would matter to give it to Elise if it just says petroleum.
Right. It's not a fun name necessarily.
But what I do want to do is I want to pocket the pot.
You want to pocket the pot?
Yes.
Pocket pot.
You have a pot about the size of your fist.
Have a little
Or
pot in
2
your
of your
pocket.
fists.
I have put it in my jacket.
Yep, you put it in your trench coat.
A little pot in your jacket, huh?
You
Walk
step
up to
outside in
the
the rain and you see that the group is like 4 blocks down the road, past the river, at the Petroleum Museum, standing by gawking at the ambulance as it pulls off. As it pulls off, you do notice that a black sedan drives by with heavily tinted windows. It pulls up to where the police chief has his car parked. You, of course, immediately recognize the police chief's car. You know Chief Loudwater anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And a G-Man steps out of the car and starts talking to Chief Loudwater. And he just lets his suit get wet in the drizzle.
Who's talking to Chief Loudwater?
A G-Man.
A G-man?
Yeah,
It's
like
the
a guy in his
FBI.
suit.
It's a
Men in
agent.
Black.
Oh, gotcha.
It's the man in black.
Do I recognize this G-man?
You don't recognize the G-Man. But you do recognize Chief Loudwater.
Chief
Like I
Loudwater.
said.
Oh, yeah. I'll walk up to him and say, "Hey, Chief."
Oh, now I know we're in trouble. Cronus, it's good to have you. I think this might actually be just your kind of case.
Yeah, a couple people hired me to look into some things. So, what do you know?
Some young girl was up on one of the upstairs exhibits by herself. Says a hand came up out of the tar pool, and she felt like it scared her, and like it took a part of her away. But then her friends came around the corner, and whatever was happening stopped. She felt faint. They returned to the front office and called 911. Of course, I was notified about 15 minutes ago and drove over here. And this is Special Investigator Marsh, wasn't it? And the guy with the curly hair turns and offers you his hand. Hey, yeah, David Marsh. You can call me Dave.
Pleasure to meet you, Dave.
And you were?
Cronus.
Pleasure to meet you too. Oh, God.
Bless you.
Bless
Thank
you.
Bless you.
Um,
So, I think it's attached to a case I'm working. Um, something about a
Same.
missing person. You wouldn't have heard anything about a Michael Dennis Ripley or an Elise Ripley, would you?
matter of fact, Elise is the one who hired me.
Well, isn't that a coincidence? What can I do for you? Was you're a PI?
Something like that. And I pull out the jar. He brought this to me. Um, I don't know how versed you in are in how versed in you are the paranormal or other, but
Insight, please. Insight, Cronus. Anybody else who wants to come by, you can see that Cronus has come up and starts talking to the G-Man and the chief. If you guys are just casual observers, at least this might even be a time you can go get that ring. Unless you're determined to stick around. I assume Conrad has shared what he learned from the police chief himself.
Yeah, I'll tell
I thought
everybody.
they were grabbing me still, but I'm not sure what they were doing.
I was circling back around to grab you to tell you that somebody was attacked on the upstairs, and we got about an hour or so before people come back into the building.
I got an 18 on insight.
Cronus, as you pull the jar out, for just a moment, everything seems okay. But then the agent's eyebrows pop up, like he's surprised to see something familiar. That thunder could not have been more
That
perfect.
was so
Mhm.
fucking ominous.
Bum, bum,
But
bum.
Perfect
he
timing.
keeps his cards close to his chest, not that it matters, because you can still detect. This guy recognizes it, but he's not going to say a lot about it.
Okay.
What is that? Some kind of Stone Age battery or something?
Well, it was used to hold the dead soul of Mike. What was the last name?
Ripley.
Mike Ripley.
So you're corroborating that Mr. Ripley has died. He pulls a little flip open notepad from his pocket and a pen, and he scratches something down and draws a line to connect two notes. And he thickens that line with his pen dramatically, like he almost scribbles to make the connection.
100% sure that he's dead. I don't have a body, but I definitely saw his soul leave this vessel and move on.
Look, Mr. Harmon, was it? Can I just call you a crony? Honest? Anything you like for short,
No,
sir?
Mr. Harmon's good.
Okay, well, Mr. Harmon, I don't I don't make a lot of investigations where I talk about people's souls. So is there any hard evidence you can give me that might tell me why you're sure Mr. Ripley is dead?
Not yet, but I can get it.
The chief kind of interjects a little bit. Agent, investigator, Mr. Harmon has worked with me a number of times. I'll vouch for him. I'll say he's essentially a colleague of mine, and he has been a chief consultant around here, maybe even indispensable at times.
And I hand the agent one of my cards.
Right.
If you need to
Cronus
contact
Harmon.
me, if you need to contact me, there's my number.
He kind of snaps the card against his fingers a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, Mr. Harmon. Expect a call from my office in the next day or two. For now, why don't you and your friends over there get on back to whatever you were doing? And I'll tell you what, if anything else happens in the museum, we'll call you. We'll be in touch about this Mike ghost situation. Um, we do have a body, but for right now, we're calling him John Doe over in Odessa, Texas. And I think I might bring that body over here so that the widow can identify it. Although, to be honest, I don't think anybody should be looking at this body anytime soon.
Sure, sure.
It's not a pretty sight.
Let me get back with Elise and see if I can't come up with some leads.
Do you mind if I have a word with her?
I don't.
Could you bring her over here so that maybe we can ask her a few questions?
Are they all back already?
I think they're hanging out nearby.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
I walk over to Elise and I let her know that the detective over here is wanting to talk to you about Mike.
Oh, take me
You
to
can see
him.
the G-Man in the background is kind of tapping
Also-
the back of his pen against the notepad, as if
Before
he's eager to take these notes down.
before you head off, after you talk with the detective, I've got something that I want to discuss with you.
Okay.
And then I walk over.
So you're gonna walk up to Dave?
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. Special investigator David Marsh. You can call me Dave.
Hi, Dave. I'm Elise.
Hi, Elise. It's a pleasure. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank
I
you.
gotta be honest. Normally, we do this kind of touch base under more formal circumstances, but the investigation on your husband went cold. But I do have to let you know that we picked up a deceased person's outside of Odessa. They don't really match your husband's description, but we do have a couple of scavengers who attest that they got this wedding ring off of this dead body. And this wedding ring we left in the care of Kulani Jewelers where it was purchased. I imagine they may want to restore the ring before they return it to you. But I'm going to have the corpse driven from Odessa out here to Midland so that you can have a look at it and see if maybe we can get a positive ID on your late husband, if indeed it is him. I want you to know that this is going to be a troubling task. You don't have to look at this if you don't want to.
I can look.
Uh, I don't know if you're busy, Miss Ripley, um, but I could maybe drive you out to Odessa if you prefer.
No, I'm not terribly busy. Before we drive out to Odessa, you mind if we stop by the jewelers to get my husband's ring and I talk to the
Oh,
guys
right,
over there?
yes. Kulani's place. Yeah,
Yes.
I'll tell you what, if you want to climb in with me, and maybe your friends can follow me over to the jewelry shop.
Yeah,
That
I
sounds
can do that.
All right, Mr. Hammond, and your two goons back there, they're welcome to come along too.
I don't know if I'd call them my goons.
Turn to Ace. You hear that, pretty boy? We're goons.
Hmm.
Goons. I'll show you a goon, G-Man. I'll look at him and I'll just give him a good old fashioned stare down.
So Dave heads towards his tinted black, we'll say it's a Cadillac, And he turns and he looks. It's not quite a finger gun. It's almost more like a point, but it's a question. He throws it at the chief, and then he makes a hand gesture like a phone, like "call me." And the chief grabs the brim of his hat and tips it. Cronus, you recognize this as a common gesture from him that shows that he understands some kind of nonverbal communication. You guys have the same sort of exchange as you walk off.
As
You guys
we
climb into your separate vehicles. Uh, at least you climb in with Ace or with Dave, and you putt off towards Kulani Jewelers.
as we're in the car, I'm gonna look at uh, Mr. G Man here, and telepathically in his mind, give him like a random ass voice, like "you fucking coward," and see if he does anything.
Make an insight check.
He's definitely gonna hear it, but will he? 18.
He absolutely gets the message, and you know he gets the message. He reacts, but again, it's a kind of a subtle reaction. His eyebrows pop up. He kind of like scans the car. I assume you climb in with Elise and him.
Yeah, I think there's what, 4 of us? Me, Ace, Elise, and Mr. G Man.
The G Man, you, and Elise will all fit because there's a separate driver.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'm just gonna take my car.
okay.
I don't want to
And
be in the bitch seat. Somebody else is sitting in the middle.
Yeah, you'll get the front seat, Elise.
Oh!
Damn.
Dave will
Passenger.
sit in the back with
Ladies
Conrad.
treatment.
That means
Passenger
Ace.
princess.
Ace can
Ace
drive
is
his own
stretching
truck,
his leg.
or he can ride in Cronus's car. His choice.
I'd probably just walk back and get my own car.
Okay. So as you guys drive across town, it takes about 15 minutes. The weather does get worse. Kind of another storm front rolls through. But the truth is, as windy as it is, it blows past by the time you make it to the jewelry store. It's all over. And you guys go in. Kai in walks in a whole parade of freaks. Starting with Dave, he brushes his hand back through his hair, pushing all the excess rainwater right out on the floor mats as he comes in through the electric sliding doors.
Fancy.
Kind of hastily makes introductions. Hi, Danielle. Hello. It's me again. It's Dave. Please, these are some people who are helping me with my investigation. This is Elise Ripley, Cronus Harmon, and this is Conrad, was it?
Yeah.
Conrad, and that over there is Ace.
Right, I'll nod to Ace and introduce and shake hands with everybody else, recognizing
You
Elise.
recognized Elise.
And I'll say, "Sorry, I'm sorry for your loss." I'll hand her the ring that I finished cleaning.
Thank you so much. It's just as gorgeous as the day we got married.
Do I see the ring being passed?
Absolutely.
I'm not hiding it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's hiding anything. Right?
Do I get any like thing? Do I read anything off of it, or is it just like a normal standard?
It's a pretty standard ring. There is an engraving on the inside, but we're not talking about a big ass ring, so you're not gonna be able to read it from there.
Right. I was just wondering if I felt anything from it.
It is like all Kulani jewelry. It is slightly, potentially magical, but it's not like it's been enchanted. It's just of such a fine material that it would make for good juju.
Okay.
I appreciate you saying so, Mrs. Ripley. I designed this one myself.
Oh, well, you did a great job,
Now,
and I
now
will
you're doing the
slide it
Texas
on.
accent.
Ma'am.
I'll just
Ma'am.
slide the like ring right onto my left thumb finger because it's the only finger.
Vince is my favorite, though.
Mm-hmm.
Love that Vince, Alabama. Anyway, as you guys gather around, Cronus, you kind of get a feeling like this is a colorful enough cast of characters that you could have a full-on seance with this group of people. And certainly none of them are normies, although you do get the feeling that Dave stands out and doesn't belong here. He's still really skeptical, but it's not his job to overread a situation. He's going to let this play out however you guys want to. But he's not seance material. He's not the kind of guy you want around for that. So he is going to turn and start to question Elise while you guys are making introductions. Now, Miss Ripley, you're 100% sure this is your husband's ring?
Absolutely. Look, and I'll take it off and show him. It's got our initials on the inside.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Miss Ripley, so the next stop is we're going to drive down to Odessa. And we're going to see if this deceased person's we found is or is not Mike.
Okay.
Are we all done here at the jewelry store?
I do believe so.
All right. Gentlemen, if it's all the same to you, I don't think you need to be around to see the body. So why don't you guys confer amongst yourselves? I'll probably want to come back maybe tomorrow and question you each individually. But for now, Miss Ripley and I are going to take off and drive to Odessa. Kai, you still have my number?
Yes, Dave.
Call me if anything comes up, anything comes to mind that you haven't thought of until now. Gentlemen, the same. If you come across any information, I appreciate it if you just call me. And he makes sure to give a business card to each of you. Ms. Ripley, right this way, please.
Before they leave, I lean over to Elise and, hey, if for whatever reason the body's unidentifiable, or if it's just not your husband, there is a way that I, for sure, can locate your husband overnight. 100%.
Okay. That's wonderful. I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, my number.
As they
And also,
go ahead.
before she leaves, I'd ask if she's okay going with Spook Guy by herself.
Yeah, I should be all right. I'll let you know. I'll give you a call if I need anything.
The spook's phone rings. So he kind of walks to the front door like he's on his way out, but the phone goes off. He stops just as the electric door slides open. He holds the phone to his ear. He goes, "Yeah, Chief." "Yeah?" "Again." "Okay. Yeah. We'll be right there. We'll be right back. Yeah, he's here. He's here with me." "All right. Okay. We'll be right there." He shuts the flip mouthpiece to his phone. "All right. Looks like the Ghostbusters are back on for the museum.
There's
Some
been another attack.
This one's not described as an attack, but
Or sickness.
Chief Loudwater asked for Mr. Harmon by name. He said to bring the whole crew. So anybody want to tap out now, or are we all going to get involved in some weird shit at the museum?
I guess we're going.
I mean, my life is weird shit.
Well, man, you ain't seen weird shit, trust me.
Look, buddy, people's souls are popping out of their bodies. We're
I'm
seeing
sorry. What?
lights in the night sky. People are speaking inside our minds to other people. I mean, this is all the kind of thing we're not exactly supposed to talk about where I come from, right? So I think we can all kind of accept that there's some freaky shit going on in this city.
I'm gonna give him a confused look and just telepathically say, "Speaking in your mind, the hell are you talking about?"
You cut out. What'd you say?
So I'm gonna give him an awkward, like a confused look, and telepathically say, "Speaking in your mind, the hell are you talking about, boy?"
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Exactly
Mr.
what?
Mr. Jameson, I think that's you.
Jameson.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Did I say anything? I turned to Ace.
Jameson.
Did I say anything to him?
The spook points at you. No, no, Mr. Jameson. I'm pretty confident that you're the one with the telepathy here.
Sir, are you saying telepathy is real?
Officially, no.
Are are you saying that it is real? Not the big man, the government. Are you?
Mr. Jameson, I haven't said anything on the record yet. Trust me, before I say anything on the record to the public, I'll show you my notes. But before then, Chief Loudwater wants this whole band of freaks to turn up back at the museum because whatever attacked our guest apparently just attacked a maintenance crew member and a security guard. And they
Alright.
have
I'm
an
sorry.
eyewitness report, and I'm wondering if your freaky ghost light show might be related. You see? Kai, I'm
Told you
sorry.
about the light show.
Sorry we have to do this in front of you. Yeah.
What
You're
is
a little,
happening here?
Kai, let's see here. Mr. Harmon is a paranormal investigator, and he has worked with Police Chief Loudwater, and uh, they do some kind of ghost hunting business on the side. Now, officially, the Bureau has never involved itself in any kind of ghost stories, but I have read files on Midland, Texas, and there's enough ghost stories to pack a notebook way, way too big to fit in my pants pocket.
In Midland.
In Midland. In 1967, there was a big mine collapse. One guy made it out, but they say he mutated into some kind of a freak, some kind of a scaly monster, died in an insane asylum up in Colorado. What else? There was the cult 15 years ago down at the Red Valley Foundry and Cathedral. Um, Mr. Jameson there, you may recognize as the son of a Clive Jameson. He was the only other survivor of the hill collapse. Up there, yeah, Baker Industrial Mining Complex. Yeah, that pie slice out of the mountain isn't there on purpose. No, it caved in when a couple of guys by the names of Francis Plum
and Baker.
and Baker set off 15 tons of ammonium nitrate underground. 15 tons of ammonium nitrate. I don't know if any of you guys are explosives experts, but no wonder the hill came down. It's a wonder there was a pane of glass left in Midland at all, except whatever they blew it up way, way underground. Then, some 10, 11 years later, the whole thing with the cult 15 years ago. Now, we got mysterious Mrs. Ripley, I'm so sorry, deceased persons who turned up in Odessa. Your husband was last seen on his way to Odessa. The last known location was his failed pickup truck. Now, we've got every reason to believe at this point that this is in fact Mike's body, but I gotta tell you, sweetheart, this thing looks like it's been dead for years. It looks like it was laid out in the desert and pecked by buzzards. It's black. It looks like King Tut. And furthermore, it's the body of an old man. The bones are withered.
And you expect me to identify this based off of
Like I said, this isn't
vibes?
the kind of thing you have to come investigate. You didn't have to go look at the body, but it's the only lead I have as far as getting a positive ID on Mr. Ripley. Now, you guys said earlier you saw his ghost. The Bureau doesn't have any official files on ghosts, but there's ghost stories in this town. You know, South Midland, way before either of these towns were very big, the natives in South Midlands had a war with the local Indian tribe over the area in South Midland. That's why the people down there are so stubborn. They don't want to leave the land their ancestors fought for. Now, the natives were dug in here. They were building out of stone, and not a lot of the native tribes were known to do that. And these guys were on the hit list for the Comanche and the Apache that were operating in the area. And these local Indians fought the white people who came here and took it from them. And it was a bloodbath. They fought with everything they had, and they had castles out in the hills built. The guys with guns were able to take them from them, but it came at a serious cost. And, I mean, I don't know if The Exorcist came out before 1993. I'm pretty sure it did.
It did.
And here I'm going to make a reference to it. I mean, you want to talk about places built on Indian burial grounds. That's what this story shapes up like. Is Midland is not a nice place, boys and girls. Who else? Ace? Ace over here? Your man. Chewed up
What?
by real voodoo.
That be The Exorcist or Poltergeist?
I meant Poltergeist, didn't I?
You
Yeah.
did. I was
The
say.
Exorcist is an
Yeah, I meant
alien.
Poltergeist. Thank you.
Did you say The Exorcist was an alien movie?
No, I said it wasn't.
Oh.
No,
I mean,
said
neither was Poltergeist.
No. I'm not saying it was an alien movie. I was saying it wasn't like a ancient burial grounds thing.
No, in Poltergeist it was. It was an ancient Indian
Yeah.
burial
Yeah.
ground.
I read the Exorcist book, by the way.
Oh, I need to do
That's
that.
fun.
That sounds awesome.
I can lend it to you sometime. It
Please do. I'm in.
it's interesting. There are some really graphic descriptions in there that I really wish I could unread.
Oh, I love that. That's my favorite part.
Yeah.
You're gonna love it.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
There's like almost an entire page describing
Dick.
black.
Fun.
Pretty much, actually. Funny enough.
Oh, okay. I love that.
Fun fact about the Poltergeist is instead of using prop skeletons for the scene when they're in the water where all the skeletons are,
Yeah.
they use real skeletons instead because they were cheaper.
That's.
And they didn't tell the
Nuts.
cast.
Oh, I love that. I love that for the whole cast. That's not traumatic.
They just didn't get like a curse placed on them or anything. They're really not.
No, that entire movie set was cursed. Like, there's an actual documentary
Yeah, I know.
about that.
No, I know. Yeah,
Mhm.
I trust. I know. This
So,
is like
those
are
a.
you guys?
Those
Are
old
you guys
movies were
in?
fucked.
Yeah, they
I
are.
was like, I think this is a call full of horror fans.
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah. So,
Kitty.
who wants to go to the museum in the last?
I guess I do.
the
I mean, I
last
think I
football
have
night?
to. I've been called
Is anybody too
cheap.
tired to proceed?
Let's go kick some monster ass.
Woo!
All
Kick
right,
some
so you guys
ass,
climb
kick
back
some
into your
ass,
respective
kick,
cars.
kick,
Did he
kick
did he
some
single out
ass.
everybody? Did I miss anybody that he didn't single out? On why they're involved? Ms.
think so.
Mrs. Kulani, I'm so sorry. Kai, we got to go do this thing, but you can call me later if you want.
I'll come with you, Dave. I need to figure
Oh.
out what's going on in this town.
Yeah, somehow I thought you'd be interested.
You got me.
It's a date.
So you guys climb into your cars. Kai, Dave offers you the front seat next to his driver. Elise, you sit in the back
I'll
with
take it.
Dave. Conrad, you'll have to climb in with Ace and Cronus this time.
That's fine.
Your cat can come too. The cat is always welcome.
Do that. You're always welcome.
It's such a sweet cat, I can tell. Oh my god. Anyway,
No.
so you guys drive back just where you just came from. You drive back down to the Permian Basin Petroleum Museum. Now you can see there are several cop cars. And Billy McDonald is in fact here and is in fact in uniform. He's also flanked by about 3 other guys who work for the police department. Chief Loudwater is here. The ambulance is gone. And there's a small crowd of people and maybe even some news folks hanging out outside. Standing next to Chief Loudwater and speaking to Billy McDonald is 2 men. Both are relatively thin. One is an older guy with a mustache and hair only on the sides and back of his head. And he is wearing a janitor's uniform. The other guy is swarthy, brown, has kind of a big nose. You detect he's probably Middle Eastern or Indian, maybe. He's even thinner and not quite as tall. And he is dressed exactly how you would expect a security guard at a museum to be dressed. At this time, it's about 1 p.m. And the rain has subsided, but it's still a drizzle.
I go up to the chief and ask him, "Hey, what's going on?"
Oh, Cronus, I'm glad you're back. So, well, I'll just let them tell you.
Tell me what.
So, the older gentleman offers his hand to you. He says, "Rick Mitchell. Yeah, I saw that Tari thing up there. Same thing as the girl said she saw earlier. As weird as that is. Um, Look, what I saw on there is some crap straight out of a horror movie. We're talking The Blob. Uh, if it wasn't for how big it was, uh, I would have said it was a practical prank, special effects, something like that. Whatever it was, it scared the bejesus out of me." And the Indian guy cuts in. And so I heard Rick coming down the hallway, right? Just absolutely pounding his feet. So I get him calmed down and talking, and what he says to me sounds crazy. So he very bravely comes with me. We go back, and we check out the processing exhibit, and nothing seems totally out of the ordinary with the exhibit itself, except when I flip the lights on, it's in there waiting for us. It didn't disappear, no magic tricks. I saw it perfectly fine. I drew my sidearm. It's an M2 taser. I made a verbal threat. It did seem to react in some way to my verbal threat. I discharged my taser, but it didn't appear to have any effect at all. Once I discovered that I had a negative effect on the taser, um, I grabbed Rick and we booked it out of there. I called 911 from the payphone on the corner, and I'm sure the officers would tell you they only found the tar sloshed all over the floor and a bunch of dead mice half dissolved in the bottom of the tar pit. And he steps back, and Chief Loudwater steps forward. "Well, it definitely sounds like your kind of work, Cronus. Um, I'm honestly inclined not to let you and your people in there, but I have a feeling no matter what I say, Special Agent Marsh here will give me the green light to put you guys through anyway." And Marsh nods at Chief Loudwater. "Yeah, uh, I think whatever's happening here, it's going to benefit everybody if we let them in and let them handle it. Because I think Cronus knows what's going on here. And if anybody we can really call now is going to be able to put this to bed without more media intervention, it's probably the investigators here." So Chief Loudwater nods and he pulls aside Officer Billy McDonald, who does stop and look at you, Conrad. Gives you kind of a funny eye, like he wants to hassle you, but he knows he can't in front of the chief. Also, he may be feeling like he kind of regrets being mean to you because it's obvious that you're important now and not just as a suspect. It's almost kind of like you took his job.
Good.
And he goes up to the front door and he turns a key, pulls it open, and waves you guys forward.
I go through first.
Now we'll see.
Did they
if
tell
our
us where
maps-
the?
It was on the second story. Let me take a look here so I make sure I'm not lying to you. It is the Geological Time and Mineral Formation exhibit.
I'll pat Billy on the shoulder and wink at him as I walk past him.
Go ahead and drag in your tokens if they're not already there. Can anybody see anything?
I can see everything.
We can see.
Are the walls blocking you at all?
No.
Like blocking me from
No.
seeing or blocking me
Oh, I
from
No,
moving?
I can see everything. The
Okay,
walls
I
aren't
can't-
blocking at all.
Lick my token to move it or anything.
Neither can I.
Yeah,
Just an image.
I think they're on the map layer.
And now it's
They
gone.
must be. That makes sense. Let me get those out of there. They are indeed on the map layer. Good catch.
Oh.
Go ahead and drag your tokens down. I'll move them if I have to.
The map has disappeared.
It has disappeared.
We can just drag it back on.
Oh, there we go.
Then it appears again.
Yeah.
You guys got dynamic lighting and the walls all working and such?
Yeah.
Alright.
No.
Dude, that looks sick.
Good job.
Uh-oh, we got too many Conrads.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
We can
yeah.
hardly
Conrad.
handle one Conrad. What do you mean
Yeah.
when you have two?
I mean, he can change faces, but he can't shadow clone jutsu to our knowledge.
You sure about that?
Not yet.
I
You
can.
probably can. Yeah, I think you can, yeah.
I actually can make a shadow
Ace,
creature.
did you drop your token?
My map went black.
You just drop it towards the bottom.
Yeah,
I can
just
only
drop
make
your-
one shadow clone.
Conrad, let me know when you get yours dropped. Because
I've dropped it
deleted
twice.
both.
Okay. Leave them both.
I deleted two, yeah. Okay, you're back. Cool.
I can't see the map, but I dropped it.
Okay. Why can't you see the map? Let's see what's going on here.
I mean, he probably doesn't have lighting permissions. That's the only thing I can think of.
You see it now?
I see my character, that's it.
Why is yours so funny?
See a mushroom?
How about now?
I can
Fun
see.
guy.
Can I move? I can move. I can see.
Ace, how are you doing?
Also-
I dragged my token, but it's just a black square. I saw it earlier, but now it's all gone.
Did I share with you the program that uses the token
Now I can
generator?
kind of see some stuff.
Okay, you can see like the inside of a room.
Yeah,
Do you see the other tokens behind you?
yeah.
Okay, cool. I think you're set. All right, boys and girls, welcome to the Permian Basin Petroleum Museum.
Boils and ghouls.
Ooh.
This is a relatively old museum. It's been here for about 40 years. As you go inside the foyer, you cross the ticket sales booth and the little entryway, and you go through the 4 big doors that lead to the entryway. There are 2 locked doors immediately to your left and right. Excuse me, the one on the right is not locked. This is the foyer. Above you, you can see that there is a balcony on the 2nd story that overlooks this entryway that you're in, and clearly it's a little cafe to your right, past the doorways. Feel free to begin to explore. If anyone has any questions, ask away.
Said it's the one on the left that's locked.
Yes, the door immediately forward and to the left is locked. The one immediately to the right and forward is not.
And there's no windows or anything to look in the room?
No, not on either side. Cronus, you've just walked into what appears to be a locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even a little employee lounge. Elise, you've just passed the gift shop. That's not a door, that's just an open entryway. It's kind of an open model floor plan here. Ace, this is a cafe. You can see a door leads to a storage room in the back, maybe a little work area. They make coffee and food.
You said this door here on the left was locked?
Yes, it is.
Can I try to unlock it? I have no.
Conrad, you're in the women's room. What are you doing?
Nasty.
That's embarrassing.
You know?
Hot on stream.
Damn.
We always knew there was something
You're
wrong with that
getting
boy.
canceled.
I'm sorry. Elise, you have found the stairwell. What you guys have inferred from this so far is that it appears that the ground floor is kind of the permanent exhibits. These are things that they don't change. The gift shop. The second room that you guys passed was a local history exhibit. Kind of Midland, Texas, and what went into the founding of Midland, Texas. There is as you can see on the floor, they are labeled what the rooms are. This last room before the stairwell is a big art gallery. Some of them are pictures of the region. Some of them are pictures painted by people who are from the region. It's kind of a grab bag. Off to the left, there was the petroleum industry and products room, where you can tell they have some junk like that on display. There's some stuff about what kind of plants were in this area in the Permian era. The Permian era being a period of time in the very remote past before there were humans or even a whole lot resembling humans. There weren't even mammals yet. Permian was a long time ago. But it so happens that most oil comes from the Permian era. And the name of the location where Midland, Texas is the Permian Basin. This region of land that has these furrows, all of that is the Permian Basin. So it makes sense why this museum is here and why they call it the Permian Basin Petroleum Museum. So you found the stairwell, you passed the elevator on your right. Anybody going anywhere else? You gonna go upstairs?
I think we go upstairs.
Yeah, I guess we go
Didn't
upstairs.
they say it was on the second floor?
They did in fact say that.
Going up.
This is the same way where it's not the tokens. It's just
Yeah, drag your tokens down, please.
There it goes.
Oh no!
hey man.
Ah!
We got dynamic lighting.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm afraid of
Yes.
the dark.
I can't see shit.
Yeah, mine all disappeared again.
Go ahead and drag it down again.
Oop.
I moved
See
you guys.
the
I don't know
light.
why. Oh geez, we got Shadow Clone Conrad again.
You said drag my token again.
I was
I'm
talking
just-
to Ace.
Oh,
Which move your Conrad and I'll delete the other one.
I can't see them.
Oh, okay, cool. I love that. All right, one more time. Comrade,
Boop.
comrade, Conrad. It's all too much. Whoa! Ace jumps out the front of the building.
Oh,
I can't
Ace,
see
can you
anything.
Okay, I'm dragging you back to where you're gonna be. Make sure that I got your settings set so that you can see all the stuff.
at least there's not going to be zombies behind any of the store, like the
You
doors.
see anything now,
That
Ace?
you know.
Might as well
Yeah.
walk through them and find out.
All right, so you guys are on the balcony
I can't see
up
anything
here.
still.
You can't see anything at all.
Nope.
Keep blind.
See here. That's why. Bet you do now.
I do indeed.
Is there anybody who's still blind?
Mm-mm.
I
All right,
do
you guys
declare.
exit the grand stairwell onto the second story. You can see the balcony that overlooks the entryway. Immediately to your left, there is an exhibit, and immediately to your right, there's an exhibit. There's also the balcony itself, and several fancy tables along the outside. That, you should not be able to get there, Cronus. That is the hole in the ground, or in the
Oh.
floor that leads to the first floor. That's a banister there. I wonder why it doesn't consider that to be a wall.
I don't know. You can manually add the wall though. It takes time, but
Yeah, I'll have to do that. I drew a banister. I assumed it would make that a wall, but apparently it does not.
nope.
It's-
No, it doesn't. It. I don't know how it determines what is a wall and what isn't, because
Okay, Ace.
it's weird. It's very weird.
You pass through the Midland, Texas Fossils and Archaeology exhibit. It's a little narrow hallway called the Oil Rush. There's a bunch of paintings and photographs of real people that were in this part of Texas drilling for oil. Make a perception check, Ace. Because as you come around the corner, you see the sign that says geological time and mineral formation. And you can hear something.
I rolled
With
an
an 18,
18.
you absolutely hear a burbling, gurgling sound coming from slightly above you.
Like in this room.
Yes, sir. As you cross into this room, you are looking at the tar pit, which is part of this exhibit. But hanging down from the ceiling above the tar pit is a mass about the shape of a cobra's frill with a bird-like head in the middle but the beak, instead of being like a duck bill, is lined with conical, pointy teeth. And instead of like a normal cobra hood, it's almost like the frill on the sides of this thing's head are bat wings. The whole thing looks like
Oh.
it's made of tar. It's hanging upside down from the ceiling, and it's looking right at you. Everybody roll initiative.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
shit.
So much for asking if it saw me
Great
immediately.
job. Kidding.
Do we need to click on our tokens and click initiative?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Dang it!
Let's see.
Oh, I think so. I think I was already clicked on it. Phew.
Woo!
I had clicked on mine, but it didn't pull up. To her.
Woo! Got an 18. How did I get the best initiative? The shit?
You just rolled good.
Apparently, I can only roll high on perception.
Let's see if this works. It does not. That's too bad. It might be there, but I don't think I have the icon working. But that's okay because we're just going to drag this over here. It's not official anyway.
Is Dave with us?
No, Dave stayed outside.
He's a coward.
He's a bit.
He's a bitch.
He's going to leave this to the freak show.
I
He
was
comes in
explicitly
here-
told by my dad not to let anyone know what I am. I don't know what to do here.
Has anybody figured out exactly what you are?
No. I've interacted with no one.
Isn't that
Except I'm
funny?
here.
Well, you are here. You're officially part of the crew. Welcome. They're going to be glad you're here. I hope.
I really hope you're good at passing saves and checks.
That remains to be seen.
I was talking
All
about
right.
you.
Me? Oh, as the creature. Got you.
I feel like there's gonna be a lot of magic flying around really quickly.
Can't really poke a tar monster.
All right.
I can light it on
It
fire.
is indeed a tar monster, and Cronus, you are up first. You have
Okay.
not identified the creature yet. You can't see it, but I imagine Ace cries out in surprise as he comes face to face with a horrible, freakish monster.
I would like to move into the hallway to see if I can see it.
You can just see it from your new position over Ace's shoulder. You can see that there appears to be some kind of big, dripping ooze coming down from the ceiling. You would say this is not the kind of thing that should be allowed to be seen by normies, so it's a bit of a surprise.
Okay, so my eyes glow, and the symbols from earlier that I carved into the table show up on my hands, and I speak a spell, and I cast Dissonant Whispers
Okay.
at first level.
And that
It
is
is a Wisdom saving
Wisdom
throw
save.
of 16.
Did that 5 just pop up? It didn't make any noise. Or was that
It
the
did.
old?
did.
It popped.
Okay,
So was
it
it as-
absolutely fails that save.
Okay. That is 8 psychic damage.
You said that you cast this using runes, like magic symbols, on your hand.
Well, just when I cast a spell, that's how it's cast. It just the glyphs show up, the runes show up on my hands, kind of like a Doctor Strange or John Constantine.
So you feel that your spell goes off, and you can tell well enough that the creature, whatever it is, does not pass its save. You do manage to develop some kind of psychic effect on it, but somehow you get the feeling it didn't do what you wanted it to do. And that was your action?
That was my action.
Anything else
As
you'd like to do?
I would like to use my bonus action to um, give inspiration to Ace and say, "Don't worry, it's all right. I can handle this." And you will get I think it's a D8. Yeah, D8 to add to any roll. You
To any
can,
roll?
yep. Well,
Any.
any D8 or D20 roll. So, like, say you roll an attack, and you can use it after you've seen the result, but before you know whether or not like it succeeds.
Okay.
So you get
Inspiration's pretty awesome.
yeah.
I think that wraps up your turn, unless you'd like to move around a little more.
No, I'll stay where I am.
Okay. And if that's the end of your turn, that makes it the tar creature's turn.
Oh, fun.
Ace, you are the first person that it can see. So it lurches from the ceiling and begins to descend, which it does as a glob. It hits the ground in front of the tar pit, sloshing more tar and icky black stuff all over the exhibit. And it's not so much that it rolls over, it's that its head, when it hits the ground head first, just kind of bubbles back up out of the top in correct sequence. So it is an amorphous creature, although when it stands back up, it takes that same cobra's head shape. It's about 7 feet tall.
Great.
And its body looks kind of like a cloaked person, except it's not a cloak. It's these cobra tendril wing things sticking off the sides of its head. It doesn't have arms or legs, it's just a body with these wings coming off the side of the head. It's shiny and black.
Oh,
And
I don't know if it matters, but I forgot that I get to add a D6 to any spell that deals damage or heals.
okay,
Like as far as like the damage roll, can I do
does it
that?
add just raw damage to the roll? Excuse me.
Right, it just adds the D6 to the damage or the healing.
Of the same type.
Right.
Okay. You don't need to roll it.
Oh.
It doesn't do any damage.
Okay, gotcha.
Um, so Ace, this thing lurches forward, falls onto the floor in front of you, and shapes itself back up into the full monster. And as it lunges towards you, it tries to ram you with its whole body, kind of one of these shoulder wing things first. And I'm going to roll in front of the table for this. That's going to be a 17.
Oh,
Well, that'll hit.
And that's going to be 9 total damage, Ace, as this thing rams you with its shoulder. Then it's going to do it again. And then again. Imagine the 9 won't hit you.
Wait, what?
Does a 9 hit your armor class?
No.
And how about a 13?
No.
Okay, so it bull rushes you the first time. It catches you with one of these shoulders, and it's just raw force smacking into you. But you can tell this thing is genuinely made out of tar when it hits you. It's heavy and it has control over its shape, but it leaves sticky black gunk on your body as it makes contact. Then it winds up and strikes like a cobra, trying to ram its head into you. But It doesn't look like it's aimed very well. Honestly, it seems kind of clumsy, as if it's sticky. And then it takes a swipe with its other wing and goes clear over your head. And that will bring us to Kai's turn. Kai, you can hear some kind of an awful ruckus coming from around just the other side of the wall you're next to, as a matter of fact. You hear something that sounds a little bit like a roar as this thing attacks Ace, but it doesn't quite have the ability to make sounds on purpose, so mostly it just sounds like bubbling, gurgling tar, but it is loud enough for you to hear.
I'm gonna move a little bit closer. I want to be able to see what I'm looking at. I still can't see him from where I am.
No, you cannot. You know that the two guys went ahead of you down this hallway through the oil rush exhibit, and they disappeared around the corner on the other side.
I still can't see him. Great.
Mm-mm.
According to the, so I want to cast Entangle at first level. It doesn't say the target has to be in sight.
I'm okay with that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna cast Entangle. The creature has to succeed a Strength saving throw, otherwise be restrained.
Let's see here. How does it
I
do?
casted it instead of
A
displaying it.
13 probably doesn't make the save.
1 second. Yeah, 14 it had to pass.
So it fails.
So it is it is restrained. So what? I guess the only person who sees this is Ace. A whole bunch of seaweed is wrapping around, very very tightly, wrapping around this creature, entangling him, so much so that it can't seep out through the
It's not
seaweed.
quite runny enough to seep out. While it's made of tar, it's cool tar. So it has some give and sway, but it can't really get out in the way that it can move. Not with all this wet seaweed touching it. So it is
Yeah,
struck.
it
Or
is
it is stuck, excuse me.
restrained. It can use its action on its turn to make a strength check. On its turn. If it succeeds, then it frees itself.
Okay. Well, you got one bound up goo ball right now. Anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
Bonus action. No, I can't really do anything else, so that'll be my turn.
That'll bring us to Ace. Ace, you've just taken a gnarly hit from this big monster as it smacked into you, and then it missed twice, trying to hit you with additional attacks. And then Cronus seemed to have made an attack to try and come to your defense. It didn't seem to take. Then seaweed sprouts up out of the seaweed that's in the exhibit with the tar pit and binds
Making
it
it
up so tight that it can't move.
difficult terrain.
Oh, it also makes it difficult terrain for Ace.
The 20-foot square, like it's 20 feet around the tar creature's difficult terrain.
Which I apologize, I can't get the token working for that, so I'll have to just imagine that it's standing in front of Ace right now.
And what difficult terrain has movement?
Maybe you guys can see it now. The whole area now is difficult terrain, like this whole exhibit, essentially.
I have a question for you, Bren.
Anything.
How much would you consider this tar monster is like of the earth? For example, mold earth that I'm displaying on Beyond 20 right now. Would I be able to move the tar monster with this? I have a feeling no.
It has to be loose earth for you to be able to move it. but I will say that you can cause shapes, colors, or both to appear on it, spelling
Okay.
out words, creating images, or shaping patterns. You can essentially make a grapple check with this spell, is what I would let you do against the creature, because it's like you can manipulate the tar, but it's manipulating the tar.
Contested
Yeah.
checks. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. Apology.
What you
Uh,
playing, Ace?
Is there anything else like in this room other than just
Um,
the giant tar monster and
there's a
seaweed
tar.
apparently at my feet now?
Yeah, there's some other pieces of the exhibit. There's some uh, glassed up plant life, various species of plants that are actually being grown in little glass cases along the top of the room. There's a skull over in the corner that was pulled from a tar pit here in Midland. It's generally a museum exhibit uh, about the formation of minerals and how oil is made. So you can kind of infer from that what might be here, but nothing important otherwise. Was there something specific about the exhibit that you were curious about? Anything you're looking for?
Just if there's like any flammable or giant object hanging above it.
The lights are on. They're incandescent light bulbs. You have a lighter on you if so you choose.
Hmm. Oh, but it's wet seaweed, isn't it?
That thunder, though.
Fuck.
What time?
Yeah, it is wet seaweed, but it is also a monster made of tar, and there is a big ass tar pit in the middle of the room.
Hmm.
So, what are the rules on restraint? If he were to walk away, would he be able? Would the monster make a opportunity attack?
I'm gonna say no. Even if the rules would say theoretically yes, I'm gonna say no in this circumstance.
How close is it to the rest of the tar?
It's just beyond the basin that holds the tar. It's just stepped outside of it. It wasn't connected to the tar pit when you came in, and it isn't connected to the tar pit now.
Then I saw that his spell did nothing to it.
You could infer that, yeah. It doesn't appear to have taken any damage. It's restrained, which means it can't move, and if you move away, it can't hit you. I believe it also makes its attacks with disadvantage, but I'm not sure about that. Restrained condition.
Who's got the jar? Or the vase, sir? It's a vase, right?
Yeah, it's a jar, it's a vase, it's a vessel.
I think Cronus still has it.
Yeah, attacks against it have advantage, and it has disadvantage on outgoing attacks. It also has disadvantage on dex saves while it's restrained. It also can't move. So it could theoretically attack you, but it's not going to have an easy time with it, and you're going to have an easier time hitting it. Ben, you're silenced.
I imagine it's not humanoid.
It is not humanoid.
Okay.
I'm probably too close to shoot it with a ranged weapon, right? That'd be disadvantage. Or I guess it'd be neutral if it's at disadvantage.
From here, yes. Because you have advantage, you would roll flat. If you take a step back, it won't get an opportunity attack, and you would have advantage if you took a step back.
I guess I will take a step back and try shooting it with my pistol.
You do a little spin move away from it, and you raise the gun behind your armpit as you're looking away from it, and you swivel neatly into position and fire from the hip. Pow! You have double attack, don't you?
Yeah.
Are you going to shoot both times?
Yeah, I'll double tap it.
Fire from the hip. Pow, pow, real quick. Those will absolutely hit it. It's a big tar monster. It's restrained. I mean, that's keep rolling. Roll 2 more times just to see if any of it crits. Because you've taken 2 shots with advantage, you make 4 rolls. All right, no crits, but you hit both times, so go ahead and roll up damage.
Jesus.
Damn, son. 28 damage. The bullets cut into its tarry flesh, and you see that as they hit, they make good purchase. It seems like the trick here is just good old-fashioned oomph. And they've left big pots in its surface. It kind of hisses and undulates over it, and the holes fill back in, but you can see that where you've blasted tar out, it remains spattered on the walls and leaks out on the floor.
Would there
These were
be a
successful attacks.
would there be a gap in the seaweed where I hit it?
Not significant. Or does it say that if he takes damage that it fails? I don't think it does.
No. It's
Holes
elastic.
holes in the seaweed, but no negative effect.
Because
Anything
that
you'd
was
like to do with a bonus action? What was the question?
Oh, I was just gonna say for my bonus action, if I have a lighter, I'd probably try to light it and throw it in, or throw it in whatever hole I made.
Go for it. Make me effectively like an improvised weapon attack, or if you have a throwing weapon in your inventory, I'll let you make an attack with it as if it's an offhand. And chuck the lighter at it. I just want to make sure you can hit it.
I don't think I have any other.
Honestly, we'll just say that it's a dex save on the monster's behalf. I think that's fair. To like a use lighter, we'll call it bonus action. And it's going to try its dex save with disadvantage here.
So is Ryan rolling attack.
No, I don't think so. I think I'll just roll a save. Because if he's throwing down the lighter, he's like putting the lighter in the spot with the creature. So the creature has to try and get out. But it can't move, so it's restrained, as disadvantage. And I don't think it's got a very good dex. No, actually, it's got a -1. So it rolls a 4. It definitely fails. So you can see almost immediately, despite being wet, once it's over the flames for more than a second, it catches on fire. Now, flames erupt up its front, and Kai, the seaweed, crisps up and burns away almost immediately. The whole body of the thing starts burning, and it's burning hot. This is burning pitch now. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear that the flames are hurting it at all. In fact, it seems like maybe this has made the situation much worse.
Oh no.
Would you like to move?
Yep.
Now that it's no longer restrained, it is going to get its opportunity attack.
Damn.
Fuck.
So
What? So it just takes a shot at me though. It's not like advantage or
Yeah.
anything.
right, if you move, it's going to take a shot.
Yeah, I'll still try to move back as far as I can.
Now, it's not going to hit you unless a 12 hits your AC.
It does not.
Okay, so it takes a swipe with a flaming wing shoulder, but doesn't connect, and you're able to get away. As the whole room lights up, and it's tall, and as the flames roar up its body, you can see that it is starting to catch the ceiling above it on fire. It's not burning yet, but it's on its way.
How far can I move back?
Your speed. which I believe is probably 30. So you can move 6 times, basically 6 squares.
I guess I'll just tuck right here.
Perfect.
And I'll yell out, bullets work, fire doesn't.
Cronus, you see all this transpire. You're absolutely watching, but everybody else,
Okay.
you hear him shout this. And that'll bring us to Elise's turn. Elise,
So-
you hear 2 quick gunshots. And then you hear the sound of flames.
I will be running to have somebody call the fire department. Do I see like a hose or anything anywhere nearby? Or like a
No,
fire
not
extinguisher? No?
There's a sprinkler system installed in the ceiling, and there is a fire extinguisher over by the stairs. Very near you, in fact. You see this ping?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the fire extinguisher is.
3, 4, 5.
Should have made
Okay.
you roll a perception check, but
Oh, sorry.
I feel like you walked past it on your way up.
Yeah, because I came up this side of this right side of the stairs. Alright, I will walk, grab the fire extinguisher, and use the rest of my movement.
I'll let you do that as a free object interaction. You can take the dash action if you want to hustle.
Yes. Another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares then. That'll be my whole turn then if I just dash and grab that.
Elise smells smoke. Quick thinking saves her. She grabs the fire extinguisher she saw by the stairs and bolts towards the presumed fire. Elise, anything you'd like to do as a bonus action?
I don't think I have any bonus actions actually. Nope. Alright, that's it then.
And that brings us to Jamie Boy.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and just sprint. We're gonna be dashing here. We've got 5, 10, 15, 30.
That is a
Meow.
doorway at the bottom that will take you back into the exhibits.
Oh,
There's also the way they went, which is up here.
say less. 5, 10, 15. Wait. 5, 5, 10, 20, 5, 30. Yeah, we're gonna dash 35, 40, 50, 55, 60. I am in here with nothing but myself. Okay. That's what we love to see.
Around the corner from you is a gem exhibit. The exhibit you are in is another art gallery.
Nice. All right. Well,
This is more contemporary stuff.
I think I'm in the wrong place, but I'm stuck here for now. So,
You see orange light coming from around this corner.
yeah, I'm going to stay here for now because that's all I can really do.
Any bonus actions?
Nope. All my stuff is action based. Yeah. All
So
action.
that'll bring us back around if you're all done.
Yep.
That'll be Cronus's turn.
Well, after seeing that Dissonant Whispers didn't work,
Now
so
it's on
I'm
fire.
assuming psychic damage just doesn't do anything.
That would be what it seems like. It seems like it might be immune to psychic damage.
Let's see if Thunder works. I'm gonna cast Thunderwave.
And
At
that
first
is
level.
a con save.
That is a con save, yes. And everybody hears the thunderclap within a 300-foot radius.
It's going to roll a 23.
I'm going to cast Silvery Barbs as a reaction.
And
If I
that
can do that.
subtracts.
No, they just re-roll and take the lower.
All right. Well, they're going to go ahead and do that.
Oh, thank God.
Definitely
Shit.
fails.
Okay.
Roll up that thunder damage.
Okay. First level. And then the D6 subclass.
And that's also the same type of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Great, great. Roll a 16.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to look a little fucked up. As you do this, you can see that big chunks of tar get blown off of it.
Nice.
It's definitely injured. I'm just checking some math here.
Afterwards, I'm going to move out of the way.
So as these chunks of tar get blown off of it, you can see that it's lost enough mass between the gunshots and the spell now that there's a distinctive response change. Whereas up until now it had seemed pretty aggressive, with just that little extra bit from the thunder wave, it rears back and seems to regard the group almost as if respectfully. It gurgles and it starts to retreat into the tar. And as it does so, the flames go out.
Huh.
Everybody make a perception check. Or everybody in the room, which I guess is just Ace and Cronus. Yeah, Cronus, you definitely see it.
As an at 20.
Yeah. You both see it anyway. So as it retreats into the tar pit, it dematerializes. The tar falls back into the tar pit. Some of the burnt seaweed floats to the top, and green sparkles come out of the tar and coalesce into a single wisp, almost like it's smoke, and it shoots around the corner and out into the museum. And now we're going to see where it goes.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
We've seen Mike's ghost. Now, Kronos, get ready for another ghost to appear.
Why didn't you try to
It's your
tap it
lucky
with a
day for
jar?
ghosts.
It appears that it vanishes down the central balcony area.
So I would see it.
Yeah, you see a green spiral of twinkles whiz past you and go downstairs through the balcony. Straight downstairs.
They sparkling.
Anything for you, Cronus? Anything else you want to do?
So I obviously see the twinkle.
You see it dart around a corner.
Do I notice it being like an apparition or anything, or is it just sparkles?
It is absolutely an apparition. It seems that the apparition was picking up and controlling the tar. It has let go of the tar, and it has dematerialized, so it's not a thing anymore. Now it's just made of magic, and it's moved someplace else.
I try to call out to it, see if it'll communicate.
Like you call out to it in English.
Yeah.
You don't get back an answer, but you do hear from downstairs, and as you're looking at the map to the left, you do hear some kind of guttural threat sound.
Threat sound?
Yeah, like a threat.
I don't like.
Like a
being
snake
threatened.
hissing, but made of tar.
Oh, jeez.
It's not friendly. It's not trying to talk to you.
Okay. Well, I put up my defenses and get ready and see if it attacks me again.
Kai, it's your turn.
Question, Ben, does your comprehend languages count for spoken? Is it still active?
It does count for spoken. I don't. It only lasts an hour.
Oh, has it been more than that?
I would imagine so.
I'd say probably at this point. with the drive up to jewelry store and back.
So Kai doesn't know. Like, I don't know what's happened. I don't know that it's been defeated. So I'm gonna move towards where I think it is.
You were seeing reflected light as if there was a big fire, but the fire has seemingly gone out by now.
Right.
It was a pretty short
Okay.
fire. You heard the thunder wave. You can assume that there's some kind of a battle going on. Actually, it whizzes past you as it comes down the hallway. You see the
Oh, it
tentacle
comes
of,
towards me.
Yeah, it went that way.
Yeah.
It whizzed past.
Like it went up this way.
Yeah, exactly. And then back out towards the balcony and the big opening in the center that leads down to the entryway. It jumps down there.
How much movement speed does this thing have?
A
Yes.
lot. When it dematerializes, it basically teleports. But for flavor reasons, you can see kind of where it goes.
Also, did the fire on the ceiling go out?
It didn't get enough time to catch.
Can I
Didn't even set off the
see?
sprinkler system yet.
Can I see the balcony from here, or the first floor?
No, you cannot. You are there. There's a wall between you and the balcony. You're in like the exhibit area. The way you came was from the balcony. The stairs kind of look over the balcony as you get to the top of them.
I don't think there's any hope of any of us catching it. I think it's just, unless it's going to like occupy another force in the museum. Okay, I'm gonna let me move first, and I'll figure out what I can do. I can see the first floor from here.
You can at least see the banister that leads down the railing, and you can also kind of make out the edge of the stairs.
I can misty step 30 feet. So, is it possible for me to misty step onto the first floor?
Absolutely.
I will do that.
Bamf.
Trying to keep track of it. I want to know where it is now.
Yeah, drag you over here. So, you know that it came down about where you're at, but now you don't see it. You can make a perception check to see if you can maybe hear it. Oh, there's a lot of yawning happening. I'm doing it. Noah's doing it. Oh, it's getting ugly.
I've done it like several times already.
Now that you say it, I have to yawn.
Yeah,
No.
that's why you don't talk about it.
Can't look
A
at it.
natural
First
20
one.
on perception.
Absolutely, you can hear that there's burbling coming from the upper left-hand corner.
Herbal.
It sounds thinner than it did before when it was upstairs.
Towards the art gallery. I'll yell for everybody down. Say
Not
that it's
quite that far to the north, more to the left. I
a
apologize.
local history exhibit.
Yeah, the map maker does not do diagonal lines. So these are not stair steps, these are supposed to be diagonal walls. I apologize. I used the real museum in Midland as the basis for the layout of this map, and it has diagonal walls everywhere. I did my best.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna yell for everybody that it's down here. Come quick.
Petroleum Industry and Products is the name of this exhibit. We're going to go back upstairs now as it is Ace's turn.
I guess I'll just start running to the stairs to try to get back downstairs.
You can use your action to dash. You go twice as much. So then you can move 12 squares. And you can go diagonal at any time you want.
Yeah, I'll do that. The stairs are at the top, right?
Yes.
How high up is the balcony?
It's a tall first story, but you're only on the second story. It's probably 14, 15 feet off the ground.
Okay.
Jump
Maybe
and
even
find
20.
out.
That's 12. I guess there's nothing else I can do.
It's okay if
In
you
that
guys
case-
get hurt. I can heal. It's the one thing I can do.
I also can heal.
At least you notice that Ace is a little bit wounded. You're holding a fire extinguisher, and you are looking out over the banister. Kai had just shouted that the monster is downstairs.
What is going on? I will. How many squares is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
And I will cast Lesser Restoration.
On who?
Yeah.
For what?
Yes.
For
For what?
what reason?
He's fine though.
I thought you said he was hurt.
Lesser
That's
restoration
not what
doesn't heal.
restoration is. It cures
Restoration ends a
deafen,
condition.
poison.
I am tired.
Me too.
Wait, there's something up. There was something that was healing. Hold on.
Healing word, cure wounds.
Your wound.
Lay on hands pool.
Yeah,
you're-
that's the
You
Your
want to touch
paladin.
him?
your paladin
Gross.
stuff.
Huh?
You want to touch him? Gross.
What
You
did you say?
It's lay on hands. Never mind.
gotta touch him to do it.
Little like pat on the cheek, just
Slap
feel
him.
better. Yeah.
And Ace, how badly hurt were you?
I think I was -9.
9.
Took 9
All
damage.
right. So as an action, you can touch a creature, restore any number of HP remaining in the pool. So I'll just do 9. That's how you're hurt by.
Isn't that nice? She
Nice
slaps a
little
band-aid on your
pop,
cheek.
pop.
Maybe wipes off some of the tar with a napkin.
I feel so
Just
much
like
better
a-
now.
Just like a toddler at daycare. Is that your turn, Elise?
Yeah, that's my turn.
That'll take us to Conrad.
Alright, we gonna be fast as fuck, boy. We gonna dash out here again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You'll get there eventually.
11, 12. Yeah. I don't have any fancy teleport shenanigans yet.
I don't either.
If only we all did.
I mean, you can jump over the balcony.
And take 2d10 damage.
2d6.
2d6.
I'll catch you.
Eat.
I have more healing. You
Yeah,
Not
same.
the
Sprain an
guy
ankle.
your
Well-
dad really wants you to meet, but he'll probably take it.
I add an extra d6 to every healing spell that I do.
I am yeeting myself off the balcony to jump to the first floor.
You're gonna yeet yourself off the balcony. I'll allow it.
Cowabunga, dude.
So you're gonna take 8 bludgeoning damage.
Rank.
Nothing's broken, but boy, is that knee look unhealthy. You do a little superhero landing, but everybody knows that they're horrible on your joints.
Terrible for your knees.
This is before superhero movies started coming out en masse.
Yeah, well, everybody
They
playing,
existed.
I said
everybody
en masse.
playing knows it. The characters are just now learning. The superhero landings are bad for your knees.
Yeah, don't do it.
Next, you're gonna say smoking is
Kai-
bad for your lungs.
You see this
No,
psychopath just
not at all.
jump off the banister. To his credit, he does land in a 3-point pose, but I mean, you can tell from the way he
Oh,
hits
his
that
knees.
yeah,
Gosh.
that's just hard on his body. Just should not do that.
I'm okay.
Anything else you'd like to do with your turn, sir?
I've already used
Should've
my
tuck-
action to dash, so yeah, I'm good.
Should have tucked and rolled.
Cronus, it's your turn.
Oh, I wish I would have taken Featherfall.
What y'all don't
Um,
know is I have a healing potion on deck constantly.
Okay. I guess I'll dash. 10, 15.
I mean, unfortunately, when the creature runs, it's pretty much all you can do is run to catch up.
6. That's about all I can get.
All right. I think that'll bring us back to Kai, unless there's something you'd like to do.
Anybody in my current vicinity hurt?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm like down
Ace is
here.
back at full health, so he's the only person who's even been smacked.
Okay.
All
I've been
right.
smacked twice now.
Wait,
Um,
what? Oh, right. Yeah, you sure
Elise.
have. At least slapped him to heal him. All right.
you,
Kai.
Brent, you said that it was towards my left.
Mm-hmm. Not
I'm
immediately
going.
to the left, but towards the stairs and then hook a left.
Like this area.
Yeah, head that way.
Is he in the area?
Not quite. It's a little bit to the bottom from where you're at. There's a little triangular exhibit that you kind of passed further to the left. It's over here. As you pass that, you can see the creature is in here. It's not doing a great job of trying to hide itself. It's not as big as it was before. It almost appears like your size, maybe about the size of a relatively small person.
And it's no longer tar. It's a
It's
mist. It's
not.
a green sparkle.
No, no, not even that anymore. Now it appears to be a shiny, glossy black, almost as if it's runnier. And it's not just opaque; it's shiny now, much wetter. And as you enter the room, it doesn't smell like tar anymore. Now it smells like paint, like spray paint.
So you could say that it is moist.
It's definitely a moist monster.
Mmm.
I honestly, I would say damp even.
Moister.
It's a moister.
Moister.
I'm going to use cantrip
No.
We
frostbite.
we just lost 3 listeners, viewers. We said
Uns-
moist enough times that they're just like,
Unfollowed.
Moister.
yep.
Moist, 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 moist,
I'm
moist.
hoping this moistness will form into a frost and make
Mm.
it a little bit, I don't know, less
What was
Less
that
sexy.
moist.
What was that you're doing again?
Casting frostbite on it.
Is that
Um,
safe?
It is. There is a save. Constitution 14. Damn.
It's definitely gonna make
uh,
that with a 21. What happens on a pass?
Nothing. It takes no damage.
All
It was.
right. Well,
It's
it
a
takes no
cantrip.
damage.
I'll yell to everybody else saying that it's in the petroleum industry and products section, and that it's a moist black paint.
When you cast this spell, it doesn't take effect, and you can tell that right away because it just kind of muscles through it, but it doesn't just rear back like it's a threat display. It fully puts these wings out and waves them, and roars at you in particular. It does not like that at all. Anything else
And
you'd like to do with your turn?
I've never seen anything like this, right?
Nope, I would say not. I would say nobody here has really seen anything quite like this. Except Conrad, the shape is a little familiar to you, being that it is roughly serpentine.
I haven't seen this thing yet.
Oh, so you have not.
That's my turn.
In that case, Ace, think you're still upstairs?
Yeah, I'm kind of close to the stair. I guess I'll dash again. Like, is any of the up top just stairs I could go down, or do I have to hit like a specific point, or?
The entryways are there and there.
Okay. So it's here somewhere. So I guess I'd be downstairs.
YOLO it with me and just jump off the balcony.
No,
Yes.
he's a little older. He wants to save his knees, man.
I don't have any of that magic shit that I think everybody else does at this point, so.
You don't need your knees.
You got 2 of them for a reason.
Yeah.
You're a quick hand with a gun, mate. That's all you really need.
Don't need your knees for shooting.
So I got to the bottom of the stairs.
And that was with a dash. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn? Any bonus actions?
No, well, no.
Unfortunately, you guys are pretty much all just chasing this thing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably yell, "Where's the jar?"
Anybody know where the jar is?
Cronus has it.
You don't know that.
I gave it to
We-
you.
Yeah, we know that you.
I do know
They
that.
know that you were the last person to have it. You were identifying it when they left for the museum.
All right. I think it's Elisa's turn now.
Okie dokie.
Hide
Seeing
that
as
shit
everybody's
from us.
heading downstairs, I will dash action to go downstairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So you can basically land right next to Ace.
Yeah. There we go. Turn.
Conrad, you're
All right.
downstairs. Your
Yep.
knees feel shitty.
Yep, so we're going to go just a casual 30 feet this time. So, right there. And doors, perfect. I'm going to go right to here. And then I'm going to forego using the flask and just cast the spell for Fiendish Vigor. Get 5. Temp HP. Take the sting out of the knees, and that'll be my turn.
And the last person still upstairs, Cronus.
I'll lose a knee and jump down.
man. That's how the men are doing it, huh?
Oh, the idiots are doing it.
That's
I need a
desperate
dash
ones.
for this
That's
one either.
that's what he said.
Definitely the desperate ones. All right, 6 bludgeoning damage, please.
I'm waiting
And,
for us to do something stupid like this and kill ourselves on accident.
You guys have plenty of HP. You're level 5.
For now.
That's what you think.
For now, I mean, this thing has only hit one person one time. It's not even like it's hit anybody with all 3 attacks yet.
Do I see it?
Not from there. You can hear it, but it's around the corner from you.
Okay. I'll just cast Cure Wounds on myself for right now.
Go for it. Get your 6 HPs back.
Six.
Go ahead and mark it down, and that'll take us to Kai's turn, unless there's something else you can do with your turn.
Yep, just have my reaction.
Kai.
I have tried 2 things against this guy. I've tried to entangle him and it worked, and then I tried to freeze him and it didn't. I'm
It
going.
seems like it definitely worried it. It frightened it to be hit with the cold spell. It just passed its con save. So you know your own spell well enough to confidently say that it's not so much that it's immune, it just is tough. It's a tough monster.
I'm going to try to entangle it again.
Go for it.
Oh, sorry. It has to
Make
make
a
a
strength
strength
save.
14.
It's gonna pass that.
Rip a Roni.
Rip.
Nothing happens if it fails. Just becomes difficult terrain.
Yeah, it just becomes difficult terrain. But I can end the spell immediately. Which I do.
Okay.
Bonus action. I can't. Can I see, like, why has it come to this room? Is there something in here that I think it wants?
Make an Arcana check. Yeah, you can tell.
That thunder, man, every
I
time.
know, it's so cool. You can tell. It's it's like it needs a physical form to fight people. It's not quite able to hide for some reason, how you would expect an entity of this kind would hide. Something is forcing it to manifest itself physically, and so it can only do so in certain kinds of materials. And so right now, it's using the paint in this room to build itself a body. In the room upstairs, it used the tar.
How water-like would you say paint is?
Not enough. Not enough for what you were probably planning. It's definitely more petroleum product than it is water. In this case, it's spray paint specifically.
I can't do anything else. I'm going to stay where I am. Wait for it to do something.
That'll bring us to Ace.
Has it? It's still just in the room, just doing whatever.
It has not moved yet. Its turn will come around again after Cronus.
Out of curiosity, it was originally second on the action list before it fled.
Right. It was right behind Cronus, and that's where it will be again, but it missed a turn because it was downstairs while you guys were placing it.
Okay. So I'm counting how far I can get without dashing.
You're A-okay.
If I move here, can I see it, or is this the wrong direction?
That's going past it. It's over here where I'm. It's this
Oh.
thing.
I think I was here before.
If you yell for Kai to get down, you can shoot over her head and hit it. And then you'd only need to come to here.
Yeah, I'll do that, I guess.
You can move 4 more spaces in any direction you want, as long as you don't get out of line of sight for this thing. Or you can stop moving there. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, man.
I think I need to move at least here, or else it'd be out of range.
No, you could. You can.
Oh
hit it
wait,
with a
no,
pistol, I
each
think,
square
like
is
that.
5 feet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
okay.
can
Yeah,
absolutely hit that thing.
yeah. For some reason, I thought it was 10. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I'll just yell for her to get down, and then I'll try to fire twice at it.
Do it up. Pang! Blow up something in the exhibit behind it.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Oh,
Jeez.
man.
Roll
Bad
3
roll.
next.
Any bonus actions?
I'll probably just yell at my stupid fucking gun.
Stupid fucking gun! Just tuned it up and it still can't hit shit. Elise, that's your turn. Elise.
Sorry.
Good. By all
Um.
means, finish your tweet. Sorry, just being catty. Ignore me.
Okay, so I was here last turn. 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3. Do I see where the monster is from here
Absolutely
now?
is. From here, you can see that it is just on the other side of Kai, right there.
Cool. Wonderful. I will say, what the hell is that? Um. Man, I do not have anything to do.
No ranged attacks. You can have a pistol if you want one. Everybody can have a pistol, even if you're not proficient. You just don't have very good odds to hit with it. That's all.
Take a pistol. Let me find out how to add it real quick.
I think I can add it to your character for you real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, in 1993, there's really not much to do with melee weapons. Pretty much everybody's going to have a pistol.
I mean, we are in
If you-
Texas. Everybody should anyway.
If you're armed, you could also just be unarmed. That's totally a thing.
I'll say she's armed. She had the pistol from her husband's truck.
You
That'll be
should
the
see it in
pistol.
your actions list now. You should see the pistol.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure.
I might need to reload. Yes. Wonderful. Okay. That's not gonna hit.
Nope. Kai hits the deck and a bunch of bullets whiz past, but nothing seems to make a connection. Conrad. Unless there's something you'd like to do as a bonus action.
Nope, that's it. I can do.
10, 15, 20,
You guys suck.
25.
Suck my balls.
I'm gonna go catty corner to them so they don't have to get down. I'm just gonna shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at the thing.
I mean, these dice suck. They're doing okay.
So
Do it up with the Eldritch Blast.
shot 1, a fuck you. A shot 2, a fuck me.
Shot 1 hits what you can only presume to be a priceless artifact of some kind in the background. But shot 1 makes a good connection. It hits it right in the face.
For 7
Dealing
damage.
7 force damage. Nice. Take a peek here. Yep, that hits. 7 force damage.
Yes, sir.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Nope, I am still currently stuck in only the actions phases. I have no bonus actions I can perform.
Conrad throws 2 bolts of ghostly energy. The first one you can see hits it in the face, and a spattering of of spray paint hits the ceiling above it. Makes a mess and does a little bit of damage. Cronus, that's your turn.
All right. Do I know where all that came from? Which direction?
You can see that Ace and Elise kind of ducked around to your right and took shots with handguns that you hear. Blam, blam, blam. And then the distinctive sound of Eldritch Blast.
It's like right in this area.
And you can assume from the direction everybody's firing and
Oh,
casting spells that it's over here. Yeah.
okay, gotcha. Well, the only spell that I've seen that actually does anything is the what was it again? Thunderwave, but I can't cast it behind everybody.
Yeah, word.
I mean, I can hit you with a level 3 Thunderwave if you.
Oh
like me
God,
to.
no, no. Oh God, no.
All right, I'm gonna get around, and then I'm gonna cast 3rd level Thunderwave. That is a 16 con save.
Ooh.
Natural. Okay.
Definitely fails. Looks like it's still kind of preoccupied with the other people attacking it. Roll up damage. 3d6.
It's 48 for a 3rd level.
Oh, holy shit.
And then the D6 for my class feature.
24. 26. It's taking 26 damage this turn. Not quite enough, but it is looking significantly injured now. You would say it's about half its original size.
Okay. I think I'm going to use the last of my movement to get behind this wall over here,
Okay.
and then that'll be my turn.
And that will bring us to the tar creature's turn. 1, 2, 3. So it maxes out its movement, trying to cross the seaweed that's still trying to hold it. And Kai Kulani, you're in the firing range. So it's going to make 3 attacks. Do any of those hit you if it adds 7? So it looks like a 14, an 18, and a 23.
18 and 23 will hit.
It will hit twice. So it rears up, takes a wing swipe, then a headbutt, and then a wing swipe. (2d8 plus 4 per hit). So 14 and 9 bludgeoning damage each. Or excuse me, 14 and then 9 bludgeoning damage. So it swings a wing. You manage to duck back out of the way just in time. But as you regain your footing, you catch a headbutt right in the face. And then it swipes its other wing across your body, smearing you in tar and pushing you back. You don't actually have to get pushed back, just for flavor. Eye gets a little fucked up. That means it's Ace's turn. Unless you want to move, Kai. No, wait, that was its turn, excuse me.
It's my turn, I believe.
Oh, yes, it is, excuse me. It's Kai's turn.
I'm going to cast 3rd level Tidal Wave.
Oh, jeez, I'm glad I got out of the way.
It has to make no one else is in front of me besides it. So it has to make a dexterity saving throw of 14. Did it get a 15?
Oh, wait, did I get
17.
that out in time? I think I did.
Your
If it's the thing is that it's I think it's even if it makes a 15 because it is a -1, it's still a 14, right?
did it get a 15? I'm not sure.
I that's what I rolled first. No, wait, that was for the attack. So the 17s, it's gonna pass.
It takes half as much damage. You're not knocked prone.
What
Um,
kind of damage is it?
it is bludgeoning.
Okay.
Bludgeoning. The water spreads out across the ground in all directions. And then vanishes. Okay, so it's half of 48 bludgeoning.
Roll up the 48. So it takes 12 more damage.
That's a good roll.
So the tidal wave smashes into it, and it makes a terrible mess. I mean, water goes everywhere, basically ruining this museum right now. But, I mean, what did you expect? And as the water washes over it, you can see that it has peeled off the entire outer layer of paint. And this thing is very injured. Now it's a little smaller than the ladies in the party. And it shrieks in fear and retreats through a spray paint can that's tucked up on one of the corners.
It's now inside a can.
And it turns into a floating green mist, and it's going to try and flee somewhere else in the museum.
I'm gonna shout out. We gotta catch this thing. We gotta contain it somehow.
7. Ugh. No.
Don't tell me it goes back upstairs.
It sure does.
Ow.
To the opposite
But
end of the
it's
room.
not gonna act until you guys get there, so you don't have to act in turn. Except that you guys can only move your speed, because we have to figure out who gets there first. But I will tell you, it's not going to act until you get into the room with it.
Damn.
Does it just like go straight up into one of the rooms, or do we see it like bolt past us on the stairs and stuff?
It does bolt past you, but it doesn't use the stairs. It just flies up over the balcony.
Okay, I'm gonna use my 30 movement to head towards the stairs.
Go for it.
Man, how close are you? Do you not get like an attack of opportunities? It fucks all.
Oh,
No,
great question.
Unfortunately, you do not, because it dematerializes to do so.
That's gonna be my turn.
That will take us to Ace.
Man, I really hate stairs.
Yeah, you guys' quads and calves are going to be burning. I wish it would
That
roll the
was a
same
jump.
floor, at least, when it jumps, but
I guess
Same
I'll dash. Moving 4 here should take me upstairs, then I can move more.
okay. You'll have 2 more spaces left over when you get upstairs. Is that right? Or 6 more.
Yeah, I think 6 more if I'm dashing.
Okay. We'll go ahead and let you take those, but we'll see if Elise can. I'm pretty sure Elise can make the stairs in her turn.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and move your character, Elise. Everybody can go ahead and start moving. Just let me know when you get to the end of your movement for the turn. If everyone makes to the stairs, we'll just move as a group to the 2nd floor.
I can dash it.
I'm at 30 right at the base of the steps.
I have 2 spaces to move after we go to the 2nd floor.
All right. Go ahead and start with Ace and his 2 extra, or his 6 extra, and Conrad, take your extra.
Already done mine.
But I have no idea where it went, right? I'm just guessing.
Right. You guys don't have any good concrete information from here. Who's too sleepy to continue? Does anybody want to call it here, or are we going to finish this?
I doubt.
How long do you think this is gonna take?
Yeah, that's a question.
If this
You're
is
more
really,
than halfway done. with the fight.
We're only halfway done.
You're more than halfway.
Okay.
After what?
You're more than halfway through this
No.
fight.
An hour?
I can't say that. That's going to depend on you guys' turn taking speed.
Well, if he keeps jumping over the balcony,
Yeah,
Or unfortunately,
I
he
can't.
jumps randomly.
I can't go another hour plus trying to chase this thing down.
Yeah, I cannot go another hour.
maybe
I
yeah.
made it
If
right.
everybody's
It's getting late, and
You're reaching that 24-hour mark.
yeah, I'm getting close. I'm at like 22 right now, 22 and some change.
What a
I'm okay with calling
cliffhanger.
it. At the bottom of the
Alright.
steps.
I will sleep like a baby knowing we got off on a cliffhanger. I'll be fine.
So I think we're gonna call that for session 2.
All right.
Everybody, thank you everybody who viewed. Thank you everybody who played. Guys, it was a lot of fun. We will
Did I
finish
at least
this
go the
fight
right direction?
in 2 weeks.
Make sure you guys.
I can't answer that, Ace. You guys can roll some investigations and some perceptions to see if you can figure out where it went. I will let you do so as free actions. That can be our closing arguments for this session. See if you guys can figure out where it's going to be at the beginning of next session.
Investigation?
Yeah, or perception, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, my investigation is definitely higher. Yeah.
Oh,
I like that.
yeah.
I like that 24.
Kai, that was
I
a
like
nat
my
20.
8.
Yeah. It's a solid 8.
So we have 2 24s, but one was a nat 20.
No, that
Oh,
night
okay, it was
that
a
20 was
previous
my
That's the 24 is the tidal wave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll come in there and
Yeah,
save it.
2 13s, a 24, an 8, and a 7.
I haven't rolled yet. Give me a second here. It's
Oh, come on.
investigation or perception, you said?
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, perception is 22.
Okay, they get it too. You guys can tell from the sounds that it is here. Can you see that ping through the walls? I don't know if it lets you see pings.
Yeah,
Mhm.
down here.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
It's somewhere back in there.
Is that
you
back
hear
where
it
it
moving
was?
around. It's close to where it originally was.
Fuck you, chicken strips.
God damn.
Sorry, Ace.
I want some chicken strips.
Now we know it's probably gonna have some tar on it, and now we know not to let it on fire though. Potentially.
We'll hide and seek here.
Mhm.
Boogie, get down.
Get down.
Oh, Lord.
All right, well,
a menace to society.
He's the problem child.
on that
Well,
note,
make sure y'all check out the warpgate.net for all your tabletop needs.
Thank you guys for joining us. Everybody have a wonderful night.
I'm gonna go to bed.